Hello. Hello. Greetings and salutations and all that. Hello, friends. Let's see what people are being, doing. All that jazz. Looking nice. As I can tell. Everything's working. Oh, I can turn the WoW sound on if I want, I guess. I don't know. Hello. We are gonna be doing some mount farmings today. Going for like Ashes of Alar. I actually don't know which mounts I don't have completely. I know there's Rookmar. I already have all the Pandaria mounts because of Remix. I know we need to do Dazar Lore, Ashes of Alar from Tempest Keep, which were already there, by the way. But yeah. All who challenge me will burn in the fires of my 1% drop rate trailer of Farm of Transmogramar. I actually already have the Tusks of Manaroth and also his mount, so we fortunately don't need to do Siege of Ogrimmar, which is also unfortunate because that's like one of my favorite raids. We also have all the Ulduar mounts too. Let's see. There we go. Good ol' World of Warcraft. I actually have a WoW playlist we can play for music. Might turn that down a little bit more on my end. WoW music is so good. So nostalgic. Can't go wrong with it. Damn, Garrosh got sunned. Great work, man. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I farmed the Tusks of Manaroth for 6 years and I got it on... it's a shame you can't really use it on, mail wares or anything. It's not cosmetic, it's plate only. I would love it if they made that, cosmetic. Ooh, we are lagging in WoW a little bit. Probably because I haven't moved in ages. I don't know what this is, but if I don't move forever in WoW, my computer's just like, nope. Like, look at this. This frame rate is awful. It'll get better with time, I think. Why is auto loot not working? 6 years? Yeah. I farmed in Tusks of Manaroth for 6 years. It was a long haul, a long takeaway. Okay, this is gonna be risky. I'm gonna move my microphone just a little bit close to me. Alright, microphone seems to be okay. Thank you, microphone. Yeah, it took me a while to farm the Tusks of Manaroth. Oh my goodness, wow. I am scared for Undermined if this is what's happening when we're in a Burning Crusade raid and it's lagging. I think it really is just because I haven't moved in for a while. I see. You spend all this money on a VTuber model and you should have probably saved that money for a new computer, because I am gonna need a new computer. Reminds me of the shit I went through. Let me move this. What did these Blood Elves do to you? Well, they stole the spaceship and killed a bunch of Draenei, so I think it's justified, Thomshire, as an Alliance Andy. Alright, reminds me of the shit I went through with Invincible. I spent years upon years farming ICC for that damn horse. I got the whole tier sets before I got it, and the first run I did on Legion server, the first run, Invincible reigns. What was it? When did I get Invincible? That has to be an achievement, right? Hold on. Fortunately, we can skip other raid bosses. We just have to do, Kael'thas. Okay, feats of strength, maybe? Mounts? Invincible. I got Invincible in the year 20. 4/19/20, right there. That's neat. Yeah, I got the Invincible Reigns finally in 2020. So there's that. There is that. Invincible is ugly, sue me. It is pretty ugly. I loved it as a kid, but as time went on, I think I like the more simplified version of Invincible. Basically the PvP skeleton warhorse from was it Warlords? I think it was Warlords of Draenor. They added that mount. It was either Warlords or BFA. It might have been Legion, actually. It could be uglier. It was an Urzul. It could be an Urzul. Yeah, Urzuls are pretty ugly looking. The Urzul is disgusting, but that's the point, yeah. I mean, Invincible is also pretty gross looking, you know? Invincible's supposed to be cool? I mean, it's a dead horse with bat wings. And it's using the, what was it? The Ulduar? I actually have that mount. Oh, I have both of them. But they use the same rig. Goodness gracious. Blizzard. Wow, you are... Well, guys, if you'd like to support me on my channel so that we could have much more smoother runs in our computer, you know, you know, donate, give money. Yeah, there's Invincible. Like, I think it's just it's too fat looking. I don't know, there's just a lot going on with it that doesn't seem invincible-y. It doesn't look like it should be invincible. Like, the armor could work here. I don't know, like, it just seems wrong, and I think also it's because we never see Arthas ride him, too. Isn't that such a weird thing in Wrath? Like, Invincible is such a important part of him for Warcraft 3, but in World of Warcraft, you never see him ride it, except in, like, Shadowlands and other cutscenes and shit. It's weird. It does need a graphical update. It held up well for the 2000s, but we've got way higher standards now, especially when older shit's gotten fresher coats of paint. Yeah, the processing power needed for VTuber models is definitely not helping. I'll be honest with you, I've been able... I just don't get why it's so radically different from how it looks in Warcraft 3. I think it's because they're like, okay, let's make this a mount for players to get that has a very low chance of dropping, and the artists at the time probably were like, hey, let's make it look like this, rather than, let's see. Give me a second, Warhorse. Because this is the design they started using for Invincible in Warcraft 3 Reforge, and I guess Midnight actually might be a better Midnight. There we go. This is probably a better look. Actually, isn't there? Give me a second here. Maybe it's a gladiator mount. There's a good color for it. It might be Vicious. Fish? There's like a really good one that like is like the perfect model for it. Midnight. I'm not looking for Midnight. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. This one, if you ignore the little horde banner on top of it. This looks way more like what Invincible should look like. Now, how would I make it fly? Just make it gallop in the air like the Headless Horseman mount. It doesn't need bat wings. I think the bat wings were excessive. But, like, it's these cool, like, demonic horns on top of it that made the skeleton horse so iconic, in my opinion. Like, this just is way cooler looking than Invincible, in my opinion. I have to agree with Thomshire on that. Guys, this is revolutionary. Let's make it look bad. I feel sorry for the artist, because, like, here's the thing. This might be a take, but, it works for this guy. It works for this guy surprisingly well, and I think it's because this is just the Celestial Horse. Like, this is fine. Like, it's not for me, personally. Like, as a kid, I love this, but I think this works better than what they did with Invincible. Ah, yes, the Lich King, a paragon of the Horde. You know, in an alternate timeline, I'm willing to bet you, like, Chris Metzen was like, we need to add the Forsaken into the Horde. We need to have an undead race in the Horde. Should I make it be the Sylvanas character that I've been writing up? Or should I make Arthas, the former Prince of Lordaeron, join the ranks of the Horde for no reason as the Lich King? If the Horde had the Lich King as, like, a faction leader, that would be overpowered. Like, you know how, like, everyone's complaining about how, like, the Horde leaders have, like, no demigods like Malfurion or Tyrande or Illyria in its ranks? Like, our strongest leader was Thrall before he got nerfed. It would be kind of funny. Yeah, that's a freaky space horse. It gets a pass. Yeah, it's a freaky space horse. Alright, Kel'Thas, have your speech.
Energy. Power. My people are addicted to it. A dependence made manifest after
There's
the
a reason why we
Sunwell
did him
was
first, because he yaps forever.
Welcome to the future. A pity you are too late to stop it. No one can stop me now. Salama Ashalanore.
Okay, that Darkener is this.
Prepare yourselves!
Why are you quiet, Kel'Thas?
But none can withstand the might of the Bloodhammer. Behold, Lord Sanguinar.
Blood for blood.
I guarantee you Lord Sanguinar is related to Valera in some way. It's the same last name.
Thus endure I reign supreme.
Oh, lag. Oh boy. I mean, the jailer boosted post Totasil Sylvanas probably kicks more ass than Thrall. Well, I'm talking about current leaders, Thomshire. Sylvanas bailed. Like, she's no longer a leader of the Horde in the same way Gallywix isn't a leader of the Horde. Same with Garrosh. I'd say, like, out of all of the current leaders of the Horde, I'd say probably Talandri and Thalyrisra are the strongest. And if Thrall ever gets his elemental mojo back, he'd be the strongest. God, this makes me sound like a Dragon Ball power scaler. Yeah, you know. But there's something fun about talking about it. I don't know. I know Hiru did a video a very long time ago talking about, you know, the power scaling of each of the Horde leaders. And I think he did actually rank Sylvanas above Thrall at the time. Of course, I think he did talk about, like, if Thrall was the World Shaman, because I think World Shaman Thrall would be stronger than Sylvanas. If he has the Doomstone, not Doomstone, Dragon Soul. Doomstone and the Dragon Soul look exactly the same. Power scaling is kind of stupid. It is kind of stupid, but it's fun. It's fun stupid. Horde are too broken, so the faction with enough demigods to forge an entire demigod pantheon. Yeah, it's... The thing is that I don't like about it is, like, there's a point that Horde players have, like, I say that like I'm not a Horde player, but like, Kel'Thas, stop distracting me with your speech.
I don't have a target.
Forgive me, my prince.
What killed them?
Sometimes one must take matters into one.
I didn't kill any. I didn't touch any of them.
The future I have planned will not be
Who killed them?
Now you will taste true power.
Did Locke and Hadi kill them? Because I didn't see shit. Currently still working, just popping in to say, farming these nuts. Got him. Got me. Okay, I've always had a question about this. So, he's draining the power of the Twisting Nether, right? Would this mean that Kel'Thas is using the power of the Void then, and not the Fel? Because, like, the Twisting Nether has always been very, you know, like, shadow-oriented. Like, void-oriented. Like, Dementius in it, it's got purple everywhere. It's, you know, Kel'Thas versus God's strongest AoE clear, yeah. Power scaling can be fun when you're not getting educated by nerds who think they know more than they do and claim just as big of an ego. Okay, so I have a good answer for like power scaling and like story making, right? So if you have a really powerful character, like, and I'm gonna use Stan Lee for this basically. So he'll be like, you know, he'll talk about like, oh, who would win in a fight, Thor or the Hulk? He basically says like, it's up to the writer, and that's true. Like, it doesn't matter how powerful you make a character, like obviously with some realism, right? But you can come up with a reason for why a god tier character could lose. Like Malfurion versus Sylvanas is a perfect example of that. They were evenly matched. Sylvanas, though, was losing at the very dead end of it. And how does he lose? He gets hit by Sarfang in the back because he wasn't expecting it. And that lets Sylvanas win. And I know some people might not like that, but that's the writer's decision. Now, how would I handle it is probably not that different, really, when I think about it. Like, yeah, that's... But, like, any writer could do that. We should power scale power scalers' egos. Yeah. Alright, did we get it? Did we get Ashes of Alar? No, we didn't. Who would have thunk? Okay. This is the fun part of the video, or the stream, where I figure out what the hell, mounts I don't have. Let's see, they'll do not collected. Horses. Drop. Yeah, we could do King Mechagon. Interesting. Oh, we can do Taurus. So there's Taurus, Mechagon. We're not gonna do Farak. I don't... Oh, okay. Okay, we just did you. We don't have this mount? Okay, well, let's go do, Malagos then. Alright. Cool. Alright, we'll do Malagos. I'm just trying to think of like raids to do. Dragon Soul. We can do Dragon Soul. Cool. A lot of dragons. We're gonna be killing a lot of dragons, it seems. I'm not gonna do like rares because those guys kind of suck. Alright, let's see what you guys are doing. Goku solos, motherfuckers, when they... why did I say the F word? I need to not swear. This might come as a shock to you, but apparently swearing is bad. I need to not say, I need to limit my cursing. Let's see, MFs, when they see the recent patch notes, tier pieces, and a mount on his loot table, he's beyond cooked. And so the cycle begins. Is the astral plane between worlds described a line between the ebb of light and the flow of void? In the beginning, there was light and there was void, and a long time ago. The nether is an ethereal dimension of chaotic magics that connects the myriad worlds of the universe. Nether energy. Like... It's not void then, it's just something else entirely. Because, like, it would be kind of cool. Oh, it can kill Archimond. Okay, so Hellfire Citadel... Harazan, both versions probably. Battle of Dazar lore, obviously. Probably do that on Mythic. Yeah. Battle of Dazar lore on Mythic. Now we're gonna do Malagos next. That one's a pretty easy one. I don't think there's anyone else in Northrend we're gonna be doing. Oh, I never got the Rust Feather mount. Who would have thunk? I don't have any of the Dragon Soul mounts. That's wild. I mean, it's not wild, because I'll be honest with you, I think Spite of Deathwing is the worst fight in the entire game. And I avoid it on purpose. I don't have the Deep Home mount? I thought I did. Alright. Oh, we could also do Sanctum of Domination, my favorite raid. Nether is an ethereal dimension. Alright, I already read that. I'd say it's like anti-arcane, since arcane is like the magic of order, Nether is like the magic of chaos. So I guess it'd be more Fel and Void, like, combined, then? Oh yeah, we're gonna do Rukmar, definitely. I should have made, like, a list before we started, but... that's fine. Huh. There's a Naxxramas mount? I don't know what that's about, but I'll look it up eventually, maybe, if I remember, which I probably won't. Alright, these are vicious mount. Why are these are not drops? Some of these mounts are, like, lying to me. Oh, I don't have that mount. I mean, I did say no rares. Okay. We're not doing the jailer. I'm not, this mount is like... I'm sorry, but who wants this thing? This is just like a floating egg. I think Xerath Mortis might be my least favorite aesthetic in the entire WoW game. They added a mount to Nax. Huh, neat. Yeah, seems like it. It might be like one of those discovery things. Alright, let's go do Malygos. I really do hope Blizzard can return to the quality of the past with management that isn't insidious as hell. Not gonna lie, I've coming back to retail a lot of times and I remembered I don't like Blizzard's management and returned to my private server. Oh, I don't really do private servers and I can't really like give thumbs up to them, I guess, in some ways. Depends, I don't know. I don't know, I like retail. Retail WoW's fun. I've been enjoying WoW a lot more recently since Dragonflight. Shadowlands was definitely a Debbie Downer. I enjoyed Battle for Azeroth. Like, I know it was like... Battle for Azeroth was a very contentious expansion, but like... it had some good in it and some bad in it. Like, you can't really ignore the bad, both in the narrative and the gameplay. But like, it wasn't a problem for me. I had more of a problem... with Shadowlands. Because Shadowlands was both not fun gameplay-wise... and narrative-wise, and I care way more about the narrative stuff. BFA, I liked the narrative bits. There was a lot of problems at the beginning. I'd say like once the rebellion kind of started between Sarfang and Sylvanas, which I do think should have had more beef into it, and should have happened sooner. But I don't know. Yeah, I've just been enjoying WoW again more recently with Dragonflight by comparison to Shadowlands. It's weird. Shadowlands was 2020. Does not feel that long ago, but it's been 5 years already. Fair dues, I'm not out here to force hands. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm a yapper. When someone says something, I'm gonna rabble on about it. The only thing I won't rabble on is if I don't like something. The cosmology art from Chronicles is saying Fel is the magic of disorder, so maybe it's Fel, I don't know. I guess it would make more sense for Netherstorm to be more Fel-oriented, considering Outlands is supposed to be a Fel amalgamation mess. But, like, Netherstorm, like, definitely feels more voidy. Because you have, like, a bunch of Voidwalkers everywhere, you have Dementius, and, like, the stuff that radiates off of Dementius is definitely Nether-oriented. And, like, we know that, like, Voidwalkers are part of the Burning Legion, but they're also clearly of the Void faction. I really hope that they tap into that, because that's, like, one of the biggest things that I really wanted WoW lore to, like, focus on is, like, what's up with the Voidwalkers? Like, they're clearly members of the Void, and demons of the Void. Man, that Bolvar loading screen has not aged well. No, it has not. Poor Bolvar. I feel like Bolvar is the example of, like, what you should not do with a character that's been hyped up for years. Like, I remember when Bolvar put on the helm as the Lich King, and I was like, oh man, he's gonna be a problem at some point. And Legion was ramping him up to be. Like, it was like, okay, are we gonna get another Wrath of Lich King type of expansion that's different? Like, I feel like it would have been more about saving Bolvar from the Lich King's damnation than like what Arthas was. Arthas was like, there's no saving him. You cannot save this man. He is far too gone. It's all him. It's not Ner'zhul. It's not the Jailer. It's all Arthas. That was the whole point with the Lich King and Wrath of Lich King. But like with Bolvar, I feel like the storyline would have been different enough where it would have been about saving him and maybe destroying the Lich King once and for all. But instead we got Shadowlands, which I think was a mistake. I think that instead, you know my pitch. It would have been Bolvar, manipulated by good old Zoval or whatever as like a tool or something. I don't know. It would have required a lot of changing Mr. Bolvar, man. Okay, which one do we need? We need the Azerdrake, right? I remember post-Legion days when we were all theorizing Bolvar was gonna make crazy moves as Lich King. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish that was the Death expansion we got instead of Shadowlands. I think that's what everyone would have wanted. I think that... I actually understand where Blizzard is coming from, because, like, it would have just been Wrath of the Lich King 2 with extra steps. And I could see why they wouldn't want to tread that ground, because, like, that is a little bit boring. Like, you don't... With every WoW expansion, you kind of want something a little bit spicier. So I get why we got the equivalency. You get both mounts no matter what. Looks that way. All right, we'll just do the 25 man then. Yeah, I get why they basically didn't want to do Wrath of Lich King 2.0. And, like, I do think Shadowlands could have worked. Just, the villain needed to be fleshed out beforehand. And not be Zoval, beat for beat. Probably would have done afterlives that people actually cared about, not some random ones. Yeah.
My patience has reached its limit. I will be rid of you.
Hi Malagos, bye Malagos.
I had hoped to end your lives quickly, but you have
This
proven
raid
more
terrified me as a kid.
resilient than I anticipated.
I hated this platform, like,
Your efforts
just
are
chilling
in
on this
vain.
platform
It
and
is
then getting
you
knocked off of it into the, like, the
careless
very,
mortals
like,
who are to
void
blame for this war.
of
I
the Starry Night or whatever we're in, this dimension.
means your
I do not like heights, and I am terrified of falling into, like, a pit of darkness. Like, that is one of my, like, next to clowns, falling into a pit of, like, endless night and darkness is, like, horrifying to me. So, 11-year-old Khono was not happy with this. I was about to say 11-year-old ban. I'm still getting used to my new name, too. Wrath Mark II would have provided a great opportunity to remaster Northrend, bringing it up to level with the redone Azeroth, and experimenting with given such a historic location and big facelift. Yeah, I can see how terrifying that'd be. Yeah. Yeah. I was terrified of this raid. This raid did not... I did not... This... Oh, man. I could feel my, like, heart, like, go racing at this part of the raid as a kid. Oh, man. Well, they're doing, like, one of the, I hate to say it, but Last Titan sounds way more interesting than Wrath of Lich King 2 with Bolvar. That's my opinion. That might be a hot take. That might be a hot take. The only clown I was afraid of was Ronald McDonald. I actually like Ronald McDonald. He's not that scary. Hi, Alex Straza.
My sister.
I will say the classic dragon models, I don't know what it is, but they're just so much better. I wish that they looked like this, but like graphically updated. Boo! No, no mount. If we ever get any mounts, that'll be something special in this stream run, but why the thumbnail doesn't have any.
Transgressions, I will mourn his loss.
The vastness of how huge this place is, knowing you could fall at any minute into the infinite darkness, that's scary on an accidental level. Yeah. That is how I feel about that raid. It is... I'm not scared of Malagos. I'm scared of Malagos throwing me into the pit of endless void. That's what's scary about the raid to me. But yeah, in Last Titan, we're gonna be coming back to this place and this zones, and I find that so much... It's so... like, it's really fascinating. Like, I know that the Nexus isn't abandoned by the Blue Dragons. They're actually returning to it bit by bit. In the Blue Dragon quest that we got in Dragonflight, they actually do have like 2 dragons stationed there. And I imagine probably more. But Chromatus is imprisoned there, and I wonder if a part of the Last Titan plot will be a Ritterkron freeing Chromatus as like a new agent of his. And we'd, you know, we'd get that. So I think that Last Titan will be very interesting in what stories they can tell, because like I honestly think, because like here's the thing, I love Wrath Lich King, holy lag, but it is from 2008 and it shows its age. Now they can do stories and like lore beats that, you know, are more with the modern times. So going to a modern Northrend with like the tech that they have now, oh man, I'm really like fascinated. Like, I know some people definitely are like, oh man, it's kind of boring that they're going back to old zones and revamping them, but I've wanted that for years. Like, we're finally getting that with Midnight, and then we're getting it with Last Titan, and I hope they keep that going forward. I just hope they don't fumble Last Titan, like I fear they will. War Within seems to be going decently well. Stands the complete absence of Horde for no valid reason, of course. Yeah. War Within... I don't know, War Within seems okay at the moment. I don't know where I'd rank it currently. I had more fun with Dragonflight at the moment, but that can change with the Undermined patch. Like, the Undermined patch looks really good, and it is the closest we've gotten to, like, a Horde patch or a Horde race patch since Battle for Azeroth, so... I don't know, I'm weirdly optimistic based on what I've seen. Kind of hard to go lower than the depths that they've already plunged into. I guess, yeah. Mount farming could be worse. This week was the last week, I think, before Motherlode becomes Mythic Plus, and having to deal with max level farming for an engineering mount plan drops. Oh, I guess we could go for that mount. With Madan retcon, does that mean Garona and Medivh never fell in love? They still fell in love, and like, okay, so Jacob, I know you're not gonna like this, but Madan was never retconned. He still is a thing, he just never became the last Guardian. So, Madan is still a character that exists, and, yeah, he's still a thing. He's very much still a thing. So, Garona and Medivh still fell in love, still had a baby, and the events of the comics still took place because you have several characters from the comics who are active and actually bring up the events in the comics. The only thing that they retconned was that Madan became the last Guardian. There is no last Guardian. That's no longer a thing. Khadgar kind of is the last Guardian, but also not. He kind of was like, I'm not the Guardian, but I do use the... well, he did use the Staff of Atyaash. He is, though? Are you saying that Madan is retconned? Because he does exist. It's just that we are probably never going to see him in the game. All I'm saying is the events around Madan are canon, and the fact that Medivh and Garona were a thing is also canon. It's just... the game is probably never going to go into it, because the fan base, oh my god, I remember when the Madan comics were like a thing. I hated them, and I didn't really know what a Mary Sue was. I just had people explain what a Mary Sue was at the time. but I just remember hating him, personality-wise, and just, like, what he was. Like, I feel like I love half races, right? I love half ogres and half orcs and half Draenei and half elves and all the other stuff. They are some of my favorite characters because they're just so interesting. But, like, Madan being that and being, like, I don't know, like 3 to 4 different classes on top of that was just too much. And then he was like, I'm also the son of Medivh and Verona, and I'm the last guardian, and I'm super nice, and I'm good at everything, and I'm being mentored by, like, everyone under the sun. Like, there was so much going wrong with Madan. He's, like... I'd basically say, like, if you had Madan as the protagonist fighting Zovol, who is the worst antagonist, that would basically be, like, a storm, like, a teacup of disaster, basically. Like, imagine those two in the same room. I'm pretty sure there'd be an implosion of bad writing going on. I just wonder how Madan's gonna approach the conflict between elves and trolls, providing this is an elven story, centric as it seems. I hope that they tackle the difficulties that the Amani have faced, because there's a lot of baggage going on between the Amani and the elves, and when you look at it, the elves definitely are, I'd say, far worse for what they did to them, because it was the Amani's homeland, and they had every right to be pissed about the elves coming in and taking it. So I'm curious if they're going to focus on that. Probably not, but I hope at the very least the Amani get a win finally, and maybe join the Horde. That's what I would hope for. I hope that Talanji shows up and is like, hey, come join the Horde, we're gonna make your tribe great, and we're gonna make sure that your lands are healed, and blah blah blah, and have the Darkspear involved in some way too. Basically, have the Amani get a win, join the Horde, don't make them a neutral race. I've seen, a lot of, Van die? What is going on here? What happened? The world is breaking. I guess Deathwing got to us again. Jeez. Alright. I can't tell if this is on my computer or if this is on World of Warcraft, because every time I use a Zeppelin, I swear things just break. I really do feel as if Madan was Blizzard's attempt at making a cosmic-esque superhero for their Warcraft comic. Like, they wanted to have their take on Shazam or Superman or something. It's a shame, because I think that, in the same way that I think that Zovol could have worked in some ways. I'm gonna close out of WoW and restart. I think WoW is not happy with me. Give me a second here. Let's see. Alright. That's fine. And Blizzard. Yeah, I think Madan could have worked. How I would have handled Madan, keep him like all those half races. I think that's interesting. Keep him that. Have him kind of try and figure out where he belongs in the world, right? Give him all of this power too, but like he doesn't know how to control it, and every time he tries to use it, calamity strikes. And he essentially is so powerful, he can't use his abilities. He's basically like, I cannot use this. If I use this, stuff will go bad. And basically have him be a dark omen on the world. Basically, both sides are like, no, keep him away. He's a problem. And he's basically exiled. He's not allowed to do a lot of stuff. He's basically, focusing on trying to master each pool of power that he's gotten slowly over time. Like, basically, I think he's partially a shaman, I think? So have him study under Thrall, and Thrall's basically trying to, like, figure out how to work with this kid. And basically be like, kid, you have so many problems, I don't even know where to start. But I I would basically have him be a multi-expansional character where each time he gets better, maybe. Or he gets worse. You know, I feel like I don't exactly have a very good example of how to describe a Mary Sue or like how to handle them, because I usually don't use those types of characters. But I like it when they have calamity around them. I like it when they really can't just wave their magic hands and be like, I'm good at everything. We want a troll focus in Midnight, a finger on the Hosen's paw curls as Blizzard drops, Zul, who gives a damn, the last troll, meet grin, raid, troll raid him. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do a troll raid, but I could see them doing a troll dungeon. I feel like I could definitely see them still making a quote-unquote evil Amani faction, but so long as you have a good Amani faction, it's fine. That's my opinion. I feel this is another hot take for Midnight, but as much as I know they want to make it the elf expansion, I kind of hope we focus on stuff that isn't just elves. I want to focus on the Amani. I want to focus on the Horde. I want to focus on other stuff that isn't just elf stuff. Like, make it, like, 80% elf stuff and 20% other stuff. That's what I would do. What if Madan had Titan-level magic, but it is forever on cooldown? Yeah, that could be interesting. Madan, use your power. I need more mana. I think that... I don't know. I just think that's really interesting. Like, I like aspects of the comic where, like, you basically had, basically, a Madan would basically be a secondary Azeroth. What I mean by that is, like, Cthulhu wanted to use Madan as a battery to revive himself. In a lot of ways that where everyone wants Azeroth to do their own evil plot. So, I think it'd be interesting, for an example, if, like, Xalatath was like, ooh, this Madan character would be the perfect body for me to put myself into, in the same way that she probably wants to do the same with Illyria. So, or use him as a battery, you know? Like, I think that's also interesting, where he's exiled for another reason, too, where he's so powerful that everyone wants to use him as, you know, a freaking battering ram, or, like, a weapon of mass destruction. I think Madan could work, is the problem. It's just that they used him for all of the wrong reasons, I guess. I don't know. He's too good. He's too good at everything. It's like the personality of Anduin to an 11, where he's good at everything. And then also, like, he has the power of Malfurion and Thrall in Cataclysm. And there was a rumor that, I don't know how accurate that is, but there was a rumor that originally, Thrall wasn't going to be the main character of Cataclysm, but it was going to be Madan. But because Madan was received so poorly, they went with Thrall instead. And I feel like that was probably the correct choice. I know some people don't like Cataclysm Thrall, and that's, honestly, I could agree with some of it, but compare that to if we had Madan. Ooh, I think it'd be worse. I think it would have been way worse. I think Cataclysm would probably be like Shadowlands level of bad. Because at least with Thrall, you could see it. You could see him becoming the best shaman in the world. You could see him being, the world shaman and blasting Deathwing apart. I could see it too. But Madan, oh boy, that'd be too much. I just hope the good Amani faction isn't mysteriously clad in blue and palling around with Terralion for some reason. They need to make the good Amani. This is another problem that I think I have with Warcraft lately. Is again, it's been over-reliant on alliance characters, stirring them in the right direction. We really need... I hate to be that person and guy, because, like, I feel like that's what I'm becoming on YouTube and in the Warcraft community, where I'm just like, it needs more Horde. But there's truth in that. Like, I do think we need to have a Horde character like Thrall, or Talanji, or Rokon be the ones to stir the Amani on the right path. If it's Illyria or Turalian or Anduin, it's just, it definitely has that it definitely has that issue of the white savior trope and just the alliance being the savior trope too. Like, it needs to be a horde character. I'm sorry. Like, you can have the alliance be present and have some animosity there. That's far more interesting. But don't let, like, Illyria be the champion that makes the Amani go like, oh, thank you, Illyria, we realize that not all elves are bad. We're gonna join the ranks of the Alliance and the Horde now, and everything's all okay and great. Like, no, don't do that. Like, I actually like the idea of Illyria, maybe changing their minds, or Liadrin, for crying out loud, make it a Horde elf. That's fine. I like that. It's just, you gotta have other stuff with it too. You can't just make it, whatchamacallit, those characters. Hit the wrong button. The Fifth War, current, Anduin versus Medan, but they're arguing over who has better writing. Anduin has better writing. Look, I am an Anduin defender to a T. Anduin is not that bad. Anduin is not nearly as bad as Medan. Like, Anduin has his momentary problems, like they're blips. They are blips in comparison to the, Bible that is wrong with, Medan. I don't even know if that's the right wording. Book. We're just gonna call it book. I don't wanna get people that are, you know, I don't want to cause any problems or frictions with anyone religious. Yeah. Nah, be that guy, brother. When we have people forgetting why the Horde was even put together and just writing them off as monsters, we need someone pushing back against that tide. Yeah. We need more lands near Kalimdor. I agree with that. The world map near Kalimdor is weird. I'm glad that the Isle of Dorn or Kazogar. God, this place is so weird. I'm glad that Kazogar is beneath Kalimdor. But I really want, like, a continent up here, and a continent, like, right here, like, or right here. Like, it's so weird that everything has been on the Eastern Kingdom's side of things. Like, I like Northrend and Pandaria because, like, they're kind of just in the middle of things. But yeah, I think that when it comes to Midnight, I've said this before and I'll say it again, I want the main focus to be on the elves still, but when it comes to, like, the defense of, like, Quel'Thalas and Silvermoon, I really want the Horde to stand up and be, like, the main force that comes in and helps defend the Blood Elves, and then you have the Alliance come in too. But, like, the main force should be the Horde. It is a Horde capital. It is a Horde city. I think it'd be really silly and wrong if the main force isn't the Horde coming in to help out its own faction. Like, it would be the equivalency of Teldrassil, right? Where Teldrassil is under attack from the Naga, for an example. We're not going to use the Horde as the faction because it wouldn't make any sense. And the Horde comes in to help out the Night Elves and not the Alliance. Like, it's the flip side of the coin. You can't... I don't like that. Like, you need to have each faction represented properly and correctly. And just, like, fanfare. And, like, I'm not saying don't include the Alliance. That is not what I have ever said. I hate this. Every time I go, like, I want the Horde to do something, someone always is like, oh, so you want the Alliance to know nothing then? It's like, no, I want everyone to do stuff. That's... World of Warcraft should celebrate both factions. And right now, it just feels like they're celebrating the Alliance with, like, one Horde character who doesn't do anything. I'm looking at you, Thrall. I love you, Thrall, but... boy. The fact the Maelstrom is off-center deeply, it bothers me. It bothers me, too. I don't like that. I love the off-center Maelstrom, actually. It's so deeply hilarious to me that they retconned where the Well of Eternity was instead of making the Broken Isles smaller on the map. Yeah. I do think the Maelstrom needs to be, like, where Zandalar is right now. Like, you basically need to, like, make the map bigger. I don't know why I'm using my hands. You guys can't see my hands. I kind of miss that. whenever I get like a 3D model and I get hands again, I can express myself with my hands again. But yeah, the Maelstrom, it needs to be where either the Broken Isles are or where Zandalar is. It's weird. It's in such a weird place. I hate it. I hate it so much. Like, you just need to like spread out the isles again, or make them smaller, something. It kind of sucks that he's treated as this infallible paragon thanks to the War of the Light and Shadow having him as the main Azerothian champion against the Void. Well, the thing is, they don't really... That doesn't need to happen still. That's a possibility, that's a vision that Villain has seen. And it's a cool idea, but I don't think they're gonna roll with it completely. I think there's, like, some truth to it. But I think one of the things I do like about War Within's cinematic is they had Anduin and Thrall front and center, which this is why I think I am so bothered by War Within's narrative so far, is because it's not done that. But if, and I do trust Metzen on this, at least, if the story progresses and continues, right, I do think that eventually we're going to get back into it being like, okay, here's Thrall doing stuff, here's Anduin doing stuff. I have faith it will eventually get to that. If it doesn't, you'll hear me complain about it. But I think that if we ever get to, like, this is the final big clash between the light and the void, I don't think Anduin's gonna be this aged-up king in the Exodar. I think they've scrapped that. I don't think they're doing that anymore. I think instead Anduin will be, like, one of the champions that is facing off against that great conflict. Like, he's going to be the leader of the Alliance, he's going to be the main face of the Alliance, but I think Thrall will be there as the main face of the Horde. Is that Nazjar where the smudgy spot is? The smudgy spot. This spot right here? I think so. I think this was always supposed to be, Nazjar. It makes sense, because, like, you have Zandalar and Kultiris, and then you'd have Zandalar right here, because they both have problems with the Naga. They both, you know, when the Zandalari are sailing away, it makes sense that the Alliance are, like, coming down, like, from here in that one cinematic. So yeah, I think if Nazjar is anywhere, it's, like, either, yeah, this would make sense, because, like, you've got the Eastern Kingdoms, right? And you've got Vajir right here, right? And Vajir's pretty close to Kultiris as well. And Vajir, I'm 100% certain, is really close to Nazjar. So, I think that Nazjar is, like, in this area, in this vicinity, in this place. Definitely. That's my belief. Okay, we have not done a mount run in a minute. Let's do in Taurus. That'll take us a minute anyways. Do in Taurus. Actually, no. Actually, no. I'm gonna do Warlords of Draenor stuff. Let's go do Rukmar. And then we'll do Hellfire Citadel. Bump dum bump bump bum. Anyone's messaged me on the Discord, or on Twitter, or on other places. I like to check other places. Wait, how did you manage to give your character a surname? That is from the add-on, Total RP. I think there's an additional add-on where it deals with the names, I'm pretty sure, but it's Total RP stuff. I don't know how it took me this long to notice. I mean, it's not like we're role-playing, it's not like that's the main focus of the stream. We're just yapping and farming mounts while the loading screen takes a year. I do hope someday they overhaul the world map, throw Nazjar into the sea, put Argus on the cosmic map, scale down the huge islands, etc., etc. Yeah, I agree with you, Sil. I think, so one of the things that they do clarify in the exploring book novels, which I'm glad they did this, by the way, they outright say that Nazjar is back underwater and that they've got Naga warring factions under there. My personal hope is that in Midnight, the main villain of the expansion is Queen Ajara, and one of the zones we go to in Midnight is we return to Nazjatar. That's underwater. Or Vajir. We return to Vajir and Nazjatar, and we like connect the two, and it's like called the Kingdom of Nazjatar. It's just this giant world map, or continent that is underwater. It's basically Vajir 2.0. I don't care what people think. I think Vajir was one of the best zones in Cataclysm because of how unique it was. Now, I do think that they need to play around on making the gameplay in underwater easier for like warrior classes and melee classes and all that stuff. But I think Vajir was peak. Okay, we're gonna go kill Rookmar and not get the mount because we're not getting mounts today. But that's okay. This is me just trying to figure out streaming again, and for us to yap about WoW stuff, because I love WoW. Yeah, and that I was yammering about WoW lore. I mean, that's what we're here for. If you're not here to yap about WoW lore, I don't know what to tell you. I will yap with you guys for hours on end about WoW lore. This is what I like doing. Am I angry? I'm crying. Am I angry? Why am I angry? Weird. I need someone to help me out. I might reach out to the person who helped me with my model. I need to ask her about how to keep the expressions from being turned off automatically. Because it just keeps happening. I am not angry and I am not excited. Stop it. See if I can mess with my settings some more. Because on my end, the stream is not lagging, but it looks like the stream is lagging, which is weird. Why am I angry? Spontaneous Shadowlands flashback. I don't think Shadowlands makes me as angry as it should. It kind of just makes me sad. Because I think Shadowlands, like, I will say this about every WoW expansion. There's always good somewhere in it, even Shadowlands. Not a lot. Here you. No, mount! Who could have thunk? Alright. Let's go do Hellfire. I think every WoW expansion has some good in it, like I was saying. And I think Shadowlands could have worked if it focused on the races afterlives, the races that we all know and love and actually care about. Like, think of, like, if we had the other side as like an entire zone to level in and experience with the trolls. Like, I know people were maybe tired of troll stuff in BFA, but like, it'd be one zone, right? And then the other zone could be Night Elves. And the other zone could be orcs. And maybe humans, you know? Like, I feel like if you did patch content and expansion content based on each race, people would care way more. I could see, like, the goblins, gnomes, and dwarves sharing an afterlife, like it's about, like, creativity and, like, an industry. Not to say, like, I want robots in afterlives, because that might give people some, flashbacks that are scary. But yeah. All warlords ranked. Can I pull up an image of the warlords real quick? Hold on. Let's see. Warlords of Draenor. my computer browser will let me be, Why of all days does it do this when I'm streaming? Like, my computer is, like, very nice to me usually. Okay, let's rank the warlords. Alright. Should I pull them up? I'm gonna pull them up. I don't mind you guys seeing my bookmarks or whatever. Alright. So we're gonna rank the warlords real quick. Crouchy Axe guy, my favorite. One of my favorites. Alright, so we're gonna rank them from least. So how many warlords are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this guy is definitely 8. Okay, there's 7 warlords. I'm not counting any of the other ones that we saw in outside of it, like the Iron Wolf. Alright, we're just counting these guys, alright? So, Kilrog is my least favorite warlord. Design-wise and character-wise, he's very much a nothing burger. I like him. He's cool. I don't hate him. Like, none of the warlords I hate. They're all cool. They're all cool in their own way, but we have to rank them from least to greatest, right? Okay, so Kilrog is number 7. Now, who would be number 6? I think that has to go to Ner'zhul. As much as I like Ner'zhul, the Ner'zhul we got, and this is based on the warlords as we know them in Warlords of Draenor. I should preface that. This is not the warlords of Outland or whatever. This is the warlords of the alternate warlords, okay? So, Ner'zhul does not have a lot going for him. He kind of dies pretty early on. He's cool, though. I like his voidy bits, his shadow bits. He's a cool guy. He's got a cool design. I like him, but he is ranked number 6. Number 5, I'm gonna go with Blackhand. I love Blackhand. He's cool. He's great. There's a lot going for him, but he's the Deathwing cosplayer of the group. Probably the best raid boss in Warlords of Draenor. But like I said, he's not got a lot of going for him. I don't like that he looks like Deathwing. I really wish he looked more like his movie counterpart or Chronicles counterpart. So yeah, we're gonna have to go with Kargath being, let's see, you were number 7, you were number 6, so you're number 5. So who's number 4? That's Kargath. Kargath has like the most aura and badassery to him. He's the emo orc of the group. I love Kargath. I hate that he was the first boss in Hymal. He has a really cool backstory, probably one of the best backstories of the warlords. Well, we'll get to the other ones that I like. But I'm gonna have to go with Kargath. He's just a cool guy. He's a cool dude. I like him. He deserved better. Probably one of the best Lords of War, maybe. But there is another one that's better. Okay. So that was number 4. Who is number 3? Number 3's gotta be with Gul'dan. Gul'dan is such a cool guy. Probably the best villain after Garrosh in modern times. He is great. He looks cool. He's got a very sad backstory, but he's also a jerk. He's probably the most evil character in Warcraft. He's such a selfish little pickle. I love his onion ring skull necklace, the little spikes coming out of his back. He's got probably like the best design out of all of the warlords, but we're not basing them off of design. But I love his backstory. I love how important he is. He takes a lot of characters out realistically through his actions, in both timelines. He's just so important. Like, he's probably like one of the most important Warcraft characters in history. But he's gotta be number 3 because I have 2 other favorite warlords. This is the hard part because I love them both, but I think I have to go with one has to go with number 1, you know? And number 2 is probably Durotan. Durotan is just great. I love his backstory. I love the way he looks. He's obviously the son of Thrall. Not son of Thrall, he's the father of Thrall. God. Got my brain there. He's the son of Thrall. Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. I love Durotan. I love the Frostwolves. They are my favorite orc clan. I base so much of Bannerac off of Durotan. So, gotta go with Durotan for number 2, and obviously Grommash for number 1. You had to go with the War Chief of the Iron Horde. You had to go with this guy who has probably the most orcish badassery aura in all of history. Gotta agree with Garrosh. He's one cool dude, and he's gotta be the #1 warlord. Okay. I answered your... I listed them off. I ranked them. I did what I had to do. So number 7 was Kilrog. Number 6 was Ner'zhul. Number 5 was Blackhand. Number 4 was Ner'zhul. Number 3 was Gul'dan. Number 2 was Duratan. And number 1 was Grommash. And obviously, this guy is an honorable mention. What a lovely little skull axe, dude. If you don't understand that joke, there was a Reddit post or something where someone was like, "Who the heck was this guy? I didn't see him out at all throughout all of Warlord's Radar." It's just Duratan's belt. Just Duratan's belt. Kilrog got so scuffed, he's literally got a unique face and then vanilla armor. Yeah. At the very least, during Warlords of Draenor, in the Hellfire Raid, they finally gave him his own unique look. They got rid of his classic armor. They gave him... I don't know what this is. Is this supposed to be a back piece or armor or chest? I think it's just like weird demonic spike thing. It's weird. I don't like that part of him, but like, hey, I mean, he got an extra beard out of it, right? So there's that. Poor Fenris, chief of his clan, important to the plot, actually part of the Iron Horde, still gets upstaged by Kilrog. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I like Fenris. He's cool, but like, he gets very little. He gets less screen time than Kilrog does, and that's saying something. Kilrog does not get a lot of screen time in Warlords of Draenor. Neither does Kargath though. I feel bad for the Warlords of Draenor because like, you really don't get the Warlords of Draenor in Warlords of Draenor. You get like 2 warlords maybe, and that's it. Like, most of them are either in dungeons or killed in quests or are the first boss in a raid. It's pretty bad. I get that there was quote-unquote orc fatigue going on during WoD, but I still stand by the final boss of Warlords of Draenor should have been like all of the warlords revived as Death Knights. And that would have been like the cinematic of like Grommash like watching as like all of his warlords get revived by Gul'dan, and he's just horrified. That'd be cool. No one living knows the village of my past. Just look at the wiki. Actually incredibly funny that Rathian's plan to defeat the Legion starts with the sentence, "Go back in time to when Gul'dan is alive." Like, that's not so obviously the worst possible plan. Rathian and Kairos have a lot of explaining to do because a lot of their plans make no sense. Like, out of all of, like, history, they were just like, okay, we need to defeat the Burning Legion. Who are the perfect people to do that? I think it's the orcs. Like, I love me some orcs, obviously. But why are we picking the one race that was manipulated by them and turned into, like, servants for them? Like, I know that 2 of the orcs in all of history, Broxagar and Grommash, are really effective at killing demons. But that's, like, 2 compared to, like, everyone else who becomes servants to them. Like, Ner'zhul and Gul'dan are just, like, one of the biggest threats to all of Azeroth, and they were working for the Legion for a bit there. So actually, my favorite warlord was Pepe. I don't trust you. Pepe is like the devil incarnate. Hey, how are you doing? I just got off my sort between sorts of waiting night, sort of. Did you get a mount? I have not gotten any mounts. We've been mostly just yapping and not getting anything. Oh, imagine if the final boss had been Death Knight Ner'zhul. Not just Death Knight Ner'zhul. It would be all of the warlords. You'd get Blackhand, you get Ner'zhul, you get Kargath, you'd get all of the ones that died, even Kilrog. Like, Kilrog could pretty much just die in the raid and then get revived again. Like, that's just what would happen. He probably wouldn't be dead in the cinematic trailer, like, you know, like, where it's Gul'dan being like, man, you suck, Grom. That would have gone so hard. I'm full of really good ideas, Blizzard. I know that they're probably not watching me. I mean, they might be watching me. I don't know. You never know. They want to steal my ideas, go for it, you know? Obviously, that's Warlords of Draenor, so you can't really do it. I'm turning the WoW sound off. It's very distracting to me. I'm very distracted by sounds. I don't know if you know that about me. Doomhammer had one of the worst of them all. Yeah, poor Doomhammer. Poor Doomhammer. We will lament Doomhammer being poorly treated in WoW for the rest of time. I feel so bad for his character. He really doesn't get a lot of really good moments. The most we've ever gotten that is, like, awesome for Doomhammer was in the Orc Heritage questline. That's kind of it. Let's get the guy who famously enslaved his entire species to demons to, twice to the... Yeah. Let's get the guy who famously enslaved his entire species of demons twice to fight the demons. I don't think... So, we know at the very least, like, in their plans, probably, they talked to Garrosh about it. I don't think it was Garrosh's idea to make Gul'dan a battery. I think that was definitely Rathian and Kairos who told him. Guys, stop fighting the training dummy. So at the very... I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt that they probably weren't going to recruit him. However, they had to have realized the cautionary tale of, you know, connecting two timelines like that, and the risk of potentially bringing Gul'dan into their world. I imagine... Well... I wonder if they would have used... I love how when he dies, he drops all those bombs. It's hilarious to me. I do wonder if they would have used a different battery than Gul'dan, and if Gul'dan was just gonna get killed early on. Does that mean it's more on Garrosh then? Kinda funny if that's the case. I feel like Garrosh should have been like, I should probably kill the guy who ruins all of Orc history, shouldn't I? But he doesn't. It's like the one character who you think would kill Gul'dan doesn't do it. Also, Death Knight Warlords would have been great, but getting that while Gorfine remains the way he would have sucked. Okay. So... my rewrite of Warlords of Draenor still would have had Terrangor still be the first Death Knight. So, you know how you kill him in Auchindoun? And, like, he falls into the depths? And, like, yeah, they, like, paraphrase that, like, he's still alive down there or something. I would have a cutscene or a cinematic where Gul'dan approaches, like, either a dying Terrangor or a broken Terrangor, and, like, he kills him, but then, like, he revives him and makes him, like, the first Orcish Death Knight. And, like, it wouldn't be the first generation Death Knight that we're familiar with. It would be straight up an undead Death Knight. An undead Orc. Just, like, fellified and shit. That's what I would have done. I do feel like a council final boss may have not been well received as well as by the player base, but an allusion to the Death Knights of the first Horde with the Warlords would have gone so hard as an army encounter. Maybe Gorfine could have been used in the Take Up the Story as a test dummy. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I just said. I would not use, like I said, it would not be this... it would not be like the first generation Death Knights where they are just stuffed inside different bodies. That wouldn't go as well. I don't think that would go as well, because, like, my whole point of why I want the Warlords of Draenor to be revived as Death Knights is so you would see them all up and about and fighting again. I wouldn't want them to be, Draenei or humans in their own armor. That would be really gross, in my opinion. Like, not gross in the way of, like, oh, like, it's gross, but it's cool. It's gross in terms of, like, that's not what people are here to fight. They're here to fight the Warlords of Draenor. It would make everything go full circle, basically. Because, like, my biggest problem with Warlords of Draenor is its name no longer makes sense. you don't really fight the Iron Horde as much. You don't really fight orcs as much. You fight the orcs at the beginning, and then you end up fighting the Burning Legion. And in my opinion, I kind of feel like that kind of was the issue too for Legion, because Legion basically also had to deal with its own fatigue, because by the time that we got to Legion, people were already tired of fighting demons, and they were tired of fighting orcs. So we had to go from the fatigue of people fighting orcs to the fatigue of fighting demons, both in expansions that were supposed to focus on orcs and then demons. So I feel like that was the problem. Like, I think Warlords of Draenor should have just bit the bullet and just been about fighting the orcs. I understand the fatigue of fighting. Like, it should have still had demons in it, by the way. Like, still have Gul'dan do his whole demon thing, but, like, not as much. And I also would not have had Archimonde show up at all in Warlords of Draenor. Archimonde, in my opinion, would have been, basically the equivalency of what we got with Kil'jaeden, maybe. Or he would appear, but he would not be a boss yet. I would basically have Kil'jaeden and Archimonde be the main faces of Legion, and the main force and the main threat. And, like, Gul'dan is basically in charge of bringing Archimonde into Azeroth again. And it would have been a whole bunch of callbacks to that moment. And that's why I would have had Thrall and Jaina be more prevalent in Legion too. There's a lot of issues I have with the Legion expansion. If I might one day do my own rewrites of every WoW expansion. There's a really good person, she does a really good job of rewriting, like, Outlands and stuff. I'm really bad with names, I'm sorry. It starts with a K, but she's great. She has a lot of really good rewrites for WoW expansions. My pally, if they saw the alternate timeline, he would hate it, especially because plant zombie people. Otherwise, I think he would feel very bad for the Horde, especially orcs, because lucky at that stage, at Stormshield. Yeah, the Patani are horrifying. That is, like, something that War Within has kind of, like, foreshadowed returning, by the way, too. They had one escape in Dalaran, and then you've also had the giant, centaur-looking dudes, from Draenor also be active, in, the Ringing Deeps. So, and, like, you also have, like, the Breakers also in the Ringing Deeps, or, not the Ringing Deeps, Azj-Kahet. I really do wonder if there's going to be, like, the life dudes, like the Patani, underneath Azeroth as well. Artillery. And that's gonna be something that the Harenir are gonna have to be like, oh, well, we had the Black Blood, now we have these Patani people. This is a real problem for the World Tree down here. Kanlusa? Yeah! She's really good at her craft, inspired me to try and make a grand retake of WoW as well. Yeah, Kanlusa has really good, rewrites. And I feel like I don't wanna premise that WoW should do a lot of rewrites, because it really shouldn't. Because, like, I feel like that kind of starts to make, like, you know, Blizzard basically has to rewrite every WoW expansion in existence from now on. I do like the idea of a World of Warcraft Reforge, where you basically take expansions and you don't rewrite everything, but you rewrite some instances that you can, like, make better. Demolisher. Like what they did with Illidan in Legion. Basically that. Like, where they basically go like, okay, we didn't really tell you a lot about what was going on with Illidan during Burning Crusade. Here's a book that kind of goes into detail of what the heck he was up to. And it didn't really retcon anything, it kind of just gave us more information. That's what I would probably do if they ever did, like, a World of Warcraft Reforge. Where it would basically be like, alright, so it's basically what they're doing with Season of Discovery, really. Just, you know, probably more fleshed out and more I don't want to say better written, because I don't really know anything that's going on with Season of Discovery. It's a fine thing. It's nothing
Artillery.
negative. I don't even have anything like to diss about it. But yeah, you know what I mean. That's what I would do.
Flame Belcher.
Don't forget podlings just casually chilling in the Emerald Dream. Surely that doesn't bode well.
Transporter.
Bode ill that that they've gotten that deeply involved in Azeroth's ecosystem. Yeah. So
Crusher.
I think that's going to be a problem for I think that's going to be a problem for Azeroth for sure. And I think that's enough of a reason to get the orcs more involved in the story, especially like Thrall and Gyra, because like the orcs were basically created, well, they're an offspring of what was created, Grond and the Magnarond and the Grond and etc. They were created to fight off the Batani, so it'd be really cool to see them involved in the story, and they're already there. Like, Gyra and Thrall are both present in Khazlogar, and they could be like, oh, crap, we gotta fight these Batani people. How do you fix Grom and Hellfire Citadel? What's wrong with Grom and Hellfire Citadel? Do you mean, like, his ending? I guess, like, I would probably have Grom escape from Gul'dan's clutches a little bit sooner, and like we kind of just have him recruit the war song into Non, and like basically, so what I would have is you basically have a quest line where Khadgar realizes that Gul'dan has Grom. He's gonna perform a ritual where Grom is forced to accept the Fel, and Khadgar's like, okay, we gotta stop him, we can't have another warlord on the loose. We free him. Grom is kind of like thankful, but he's like also like, hey, my Iron Horde was gonna save Draenor, and basically we would tell him like, no, you were dooming Draenor, and he realizes how much Garrosh manipulated him, and it would have been more clear that Grom was as much of a tool for Garrosh as everyone else, even though he was his father. That's what I guess I would have done, you know, because there was an issue where, we kind of saved Grom, and, like, it doesn't really go into detail of, like, okay, is he our friend now? Like, why are we helping him? Why is he chill with us? Why are we chill with him? He did a lot of bad stuff to the Draenei, he did a lot of bad stuff to the Frostwolves. Why are we okay with this man now? And I feel like that was a missing piece in Draenor's story. Probably. As like unlikely as it would be, I do wish I could work with some of the bigger names in the community on reforging WoW. Like, I would kill to be able to consult people like Ball about retaking the world. I mean, all you gotta do is reach out to Ball. I feel like Ball would probably be down to chat with you and basically be like, hey, look, this is what we need to do to make WoW better. Because Ball's got some really great ideas. Mostly on, like, troll stuff, really. I like a lot of the stuff that he has for the trolls and the Forsaken. I feel bad about, a lot of troll lore just really needs some refining. Like, that's probably, like, the biggest race I think that WoW really needs to tackle next. Beyond elves. Because, like, one of the things I do agree with about Midnight's message, or Midnight's focus, is focusing on Blood Elves and the Rendorai and all that other stuff. Like, it's been since Burning Crusade, realistically, since the Blood Elves have really gotten anything. Yeah, they've got some patches like Nazjatar and Mr. Pandaria, like the two patches with the Purge of Dalaran, and also Throne of Thunder. But the Blood Elves have not really had much focus, and as much as I want them to focus on orcs, because orcs are my favorite, it makes sense that they should be focusing on elves. They are, you know, they are a very popular race. They haven't had much time in the spotlight, and Quel'Tha Lost needs an update, because it's stuck in 2007. So, yeah, I agree with Midnight choosing to focus on elves. As much as I like other races besides elves, it makes sense to do it. Now, after Midnight, though. After Midnight, we need some focus on the trolls, the Tauren, the orcs. Not really so much the goblins, because we just got undermined, or we're getting undermined next week. So I don't really feel like I don't feel like goblins need to be focused on. I mean, they can, but I think that the more neglected races right now probably is the Tauren. Tauren haven't been focused on for a minute. Orcs haven't been focused on for a minute. That's what I would do. Because, like, we have the Heritage Questlines, which are great, but Heritage Questlines can only do so much. So I would like for them to focus on the Trolls, especially the Darkspears, give us Vol'jin back, focus on the Tauren, focus on the Orcs, because the Orcs haven't really been focused on since Warlords of Draenor. It is crazy to me that Warlords of Draenor is like 11 years old now, pretty much. That is scary to me, that this expansion that feels so recent in my mind is not recent at all anymore. And the fact that this is kind of like technically the last time that we got some orc world building is also crazy. It's that simple. Damn, I thought I'd have to establish a sizable platform first. I don't know. I'd reach out, you know? I don't know, normally what it takes to, talk to a person about world building and getting ideas and, you know... I just think that most people in the WoW community are down for a chat as long as you're nice and you're, open to being patient with them, I guess. I don't know. I'm obviously not Bull, and I can't tell you what he will or won't say, but at the very least, you could just reach out and go from there. Like, the worst thing he could say is probably no. That's a funny thing to say. Yeah, Bull's pretty great. I bet the expansion after Last Titan will be a world revamp. Let's hope so. I think that'd be cool. I just need a crumb of Pandaren content that isn't the same 3 characters appearing to roll on beer barrels. Yeah, well, you can't tell me that you don't want to see Chen again. For the Pandaren, I'm glad you brought up the Pandaren, because I was actually going to talk about them, so... One, they need their heritage armor. I'm actually working on a video talking about heritage armor, sequels and all that fun jazz. In brain. Oh, our inventory is full. Shit. Let's go to a vendor. Shit. I wish that... Well, I can get on my yak, can't I? I think so. That's one goal. Let's just get rid of that. Let's go to a vendor real quick. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm making a video talking about Heritage Armor sequel questlines. Excuse me. But Pandaren have not gotten their Heritage Armors yet, and me and Box have talked on length about the Pandaren Heritage Armor and what it needs to focus on. I think that a G and Asa wedding would be pretty cool in game. Focusing on the return of the Wandering Isles to Pandaria, maybe. Maybe Shenzhen is dying, and when he dies, he creates a new landmass in front of Cressering Wilds. But the Pandaren just need to be focused on again. Yeah, they've... I love the Pandaren, and we've not really had focus on them since Mr. Pandaria either, which has been much longer than Warlords of Draenor. So, looking at everything, the Orcs and the Pandaren, they need some love. They need some focus. I don't like saying that because, like, I'm a big Orc fan, so it's like, oh yeah, they need to focus on some Orcs. Which I'm always probably going to say. But Pandaren, definitely. Because, like, we've had, like, patches for, the Gnomes. We're getting the Goblin stuff. And I think patches are a great way to, like, focus on each of the races, too. But we've not really had focus on the Pandaren as a patch content. We've not had focus on the Orcs outside of, like, Sarfang and maybe, like, Thrall in patches. But, like, you can focus on characters. That's still not focusing on, like, their whole races or whatever. But yeah, we need focus on all of the races, in the span of a good time. Are you excited for Last Titan? I'm so excited to return to I think Last Titan's the most excited expansion out of all 3 of the World Soul Saga for me. I'm excited for Ridicron's return. I'm excited for whatever happens with the Titans, with Illidan. Northrend itself is probably one of my favorite WoW continents. I love the Storm Peaks. I love Dragonblight. I love... there's a good chance that we might see a new Barak, or at the very least, like, a spawn of a new Barak, or the Nerubians in Azul Narub, which I think the Nerubians in Azul Narub, they need some love after what we saw, what they did with Ajkahet, because Ajkahet was pretty alright, pretty spot on. I actually liked what they did with Ajkahet. I just wish it got way more focus, way more time in the oven compared to everything else, because we're getting a lot of focus on Hollowfall and probably the Heridir, and obviously the Goblins, and I think we're done with the Earthen, probably. We might get some stuff with them still, but I feel like the Nerubian story kind of just ended really fast. And also they killed off a Nubazol, which makes me really sad and depressed, honestly. I made an Orc Warlock finally, did the Heritage set last week. I hope you liked the Heritage questline, because that's like one of the best Heritage questlines in the game, in my opinion. I love Chen. I want to see Mudmug and the Wandering Isle cast, though, instead of him and Terran Zoo every time. Terran Zoo, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you still, Terran Zoo has not gotten anything since Legion. I think that Terran Zoo and Lorewalker Cho and Lily and Chen could definitely use some love. This is gonna be a tangent here, I'm sorry. We're always gonna go on tangents when I'm yapping while playing WoW. I want the founders of Durotar to kind of like have new members, basically, and I don't mean like Rexxar dies or something. That's stupid. You'd still get Rexxar as the leader of the founders of Durotar, but I'd say like Chen retires to like basically become the leader of the Stormstout Brewery. I was about to say Foundry. Stormstout Brewery, and Lily becomes the new, like, Pandaren representative on the Founders of Durotar. Bane is still a member of the Founders of Durotar, by the way. So it's basically just Rexxar and Bane are left. And Rokhan is busy leading the Dark Spirits. So he can't really be a member of the Founders of Durotar anymore. So who replaces him? Zakan. Zakan and Rexxar became buddy-buddy, so why not? And his name sounds like Rokhan. I'll be honest with you, I thought Zakan was gonna be like the son of Rokhan or something, because the names are so similar, and he was like, my father. And then he said Hakazi, and I was like, okay, that's not Rokhan. That's sad. I remember though when like the old Soldier cinematic came out, and how it was a Khan kind of looked like a mini Vol'jin. I was like, is that one of Vol'jin's kids? And then Old Soldier came out and it kind of clarified everything. But yeah, so for I like I said, tangent, I think that Lily should be like the new like brewmaster on the team or something. I think that'd be really cool. She's technically Anduin's age or like just under it. So she's in her 20s, and I think she could use a model update. I keep trying to tell my friends recently on Horde Warlock, frowned upon, not respect. Shaman not listening, so trying to help him. Oh, Horde, I mean. That's the problem with Orc Warlocks and Warlocks in general. A lot of the Horde, and Orcs especially, just do not like them. Banneret, my OC right here, that I've played for more than 15 years now, and roleplayed him since 2009, he does not like Warlocks. Especially Orc Warlocks. He can deal with them, but Warlocks are just not something he respects, and he personally thinks that Warlocks need to die out. Like, lore-wise, to ban, especially, like, the only reason why a Warlock should exist is to kind of, like, fend off the Legion, and the Legion are no longer really a threat, so he thinks that almost all Warlocks should kind of, like, stop doing Warlock business and kind of just become mages, or become shaman again, or anything else that isn't a Warlock. That's how Ban feels about Warlocks in general. From my own standpoint, I know why Warlocks should keep on existing, but that's just from Ban's point of view. Do you think the Amani trolls will get a spotlight along the side of Quel'Dorei and Midnight. I really hope we can get some bulky troll boys. I hope so too. I think that the Amani will get some focus. Probably not as much focus as like Lorthamar or the Blood Elves or like any of the elf factions. But I do think we will get something for them. I'm hoping personally that like Rokon or Talanji or Rokon and Talanji, maybe even like a Reborn Vol'jin, are all kind of like recruiting all of the troll tribes throughout the rest of the saga. So like Talanji reaches out to the Haranir, Talanji reaches out to the remnants of the Amani and the Reventusk tribes, and through that we basically get customization options for the Amani and the Drakari survivors, and you basically can become like a Hulk troll, or you can have green skin finally. That's what I want them to do, and I think that the Amani should be like, this should be led by like the daughter of Zul'jin, or the son. I don't really care either way. It should be the spawn of Zul'jin, and I think that'd be really cool. And like Zul'jin should come back as a Loa, because Zul'jin's cool. Kind of want to know, you know, attack. I count the BFA Veil as Terran content because Pandaren such as non-entity after MOP that even 3 kill quests with him as the quest giver is more than anyone else gets. I guess that's fair, Sil. I just think that Terran Zoo hasn't gotten that much spotlight, and I think that he should get more. I'm of the opinion that, well, this might again be controversial and maybe a bad take. I personally don't have an issue with characters like Thrall and Terran Zoo and Jaina being the main face for our race and doing stuff. I think the only issue comes in if that's the only character we see. So like, basically, do stuff with Terran, but at the same time, do stuff with Lili and Taushi and G and Asa. So that's my opinion. So like, if they do stuff with Thrall, do stuff with like Rexxar and Gorgana and Thura alongside Thrall. Of course, with Thrall, I don't really have anything to complain about. I mean, War Within is literally the Thrall expansion, or supposed to be the Thrall expansion, where he's a main character, and he isn't doing anything. So, I feel like with Thrall, there's more to complain about, because he doesn't even get a questline like Terran got in BFA. About my Warlock being cursed forever to be a Warlock, he uses knowledge to help other being cursed by Warlock or Demon just kind of live by himself, because he's not proud to be a Warlock. He lives alone by self-exile, will help the Horde other if needed, but he keeps trying to connect to the elements despite his curse preventing him to repent beat can. I guess I understand. It's just like, that's hard for like another person to understand. So from Baneric, I'm gonna like introspect how Ban would react to such a person like that. So basically, Ban would hear, I'm stuck being a Warlock, I can't be a Shaman again, I can't do anything else. Ban would basically be like, okay, well, just don't use your Warlock powers ever again. And try to find a way to, I don't know, fist fight. Try anything, really. That would be what basically Ban would basically say to him. Realistically, from my point of view, I understand that he probably, his greatest strength is being a Warlock. Why would he rely on fist fighting? But, again, from Ban's point of view, it would basically be like, okay, well, being a Warlock is bad, you know it's bad, you don't want to be a Warlock anymore, so if you can't be a Shaman, try something else. And if you can't do that, well, just don't use your Warlock powers. That's the unfortunate side of it. Like, Ban has such a very negative and dark past with Warlocks that he just really, really hates them and wants them to go away. And is that a realistic thing? Probably not. Rexxar, never heard of him? That's on you. You should probably do some research on who Rexxar is then. Or I can tell you who Rexxar is for an hour. Alright, so we've killed... Alright, we need to go kill Terrangor next. I like how most of this mount farming isn't even me mount farming, it's just me talking about WoW lore instead. Kind of trying to use knowledge to, like, reverse curse, kind of like how you use poison to make anti-poison, kind of what uses magic for now. Okay. I mean, I understand that. Again, what I'm saying is, like, from an orc's point of view, I feel like a lot of them would just basically be like, okay, well, we get it, but... It's... living as a life as a warlock in orc culture is basically shooting yourself in your foot. Bleh. Can't talk. I'm not good at talking, apparently. Yeah, orcs just do not like warlocks, and, like, in the Heritage questline, they are invited, but, like, they're still given glances. They're still kind of treated as, like, second-class citizens in the Horde and in orcish culture, and it makes sense, too. Like, the reason why the orcs lost so much and lost their homeworld is because of warlocks. So you can't really blame them for hating, them. Do you think was a future among... WoW has a future among younger people? I'm 16 and adore the game, but I've noticed that very few people my age seem interested, let alone play WoW. WoW, not was. Okay. Probably read that first. Wow, 16. Making me feel like an old man, because I'm 27 turning 28. Like 10 years older than you. I feel like it depends. My friend Sixton recently did a video talking about this, and I think he talks about it a lot too. Where, and he's a few years younger than me, not as young as you are. Not to call you out for being young, but you know, you are young. I'm not gonna call you a baby or anything, but you are a young man. I think that WoW has a chance to resonate with younger audiences. It just depends. A lot of it feels right now very dependent on streamers and content creators and all that. So I guess it really depends on, like, if, like, Kai or someone in the big streaming space likes WoW suddenly. There's also the chance of, like, WoW getting in its, like, not twilight years, what I'm thinking of. Getting back into, like, its years of where... it's just like, it's like Legion again, or Wrath of the Lich King again, where it's the game that everyone is talking about. Question, can I skip? No, I need one more skip. I have not done this enough to skip yet. So I think that for WoW to kind of, like, collectively become this talk of the town kind of game like Fortnite is, or Marvel Rivals is, I guess it just needs to luck out somehow, or it just needs to, like, be that game everyone is talking about again. And WoW is an ancient game at this point. Like, I would not be surprised if a lot of people that are from the younger Gen Z generation, or whatever, I don't even know, like, who's younger than Gen Z at this point. I'm technically a part of Gen Z, but I'm, like, the oldest a Gen Z person could be. Not a lot of people, like, talk about WoW, and I feel like that's what would help, I guess. I don't have the best solution, but, like, I do think that's, like, basically what needs to happen, where it's basically just, like, WoW needs to be in its Legion phase. It needs to be in, like, that, oh my god, this is the best MMO, you should go check it out. And I feel like player housing is the right step in the right direction. But I also think WoW really needs to focus on its new players, essentially. And I know that they are actually doing that. They are recreating the player experience, and they haven't really gone the depth of what that means, but they need to do that. They need to focus on, like, when a person makes a WoW character, they need to be welcomed in the world with open arms, be explained what the world is about, what the story is about, and just, like, get them really into the game. And I feel like that's something that's been missing since both Cataclysm and Wrath of the Lich King. Like, it wasn't as much of an issue in Mist of Pandaria or Warlords, I agree, but things have kind of gotten to the point where I feel like a lot of people really don't know what the story of WoW is, and I feel like that's what they really need to get back into gear. Like, they need to basically, like, alright, here's the story of WoW, here's Thrall, here's what Thrall's all about. And they need to do a quest line akin to how they kind of explain it with Sylvanas in Silverpine, where she basically monologues about how the Forsaken came to be and how their fight against Arthas was so important. And they need to do that with the Thrall and, like, the Orcs and all that other stuff. That's what I think they need to do. They basically need to introduce the player base that's new to this world and, like, do a really good job at it. I don't think MMOs reach that level anymore. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I don't know what's hip and fit with the kids anymore, because what's hip to me has always been WoW. And it's harder for me to be like, okay, well, what do they need to do to make WoW appeal to kids? I guess one way about doing that is, I guess, introducing people into the WoW universe through other games that work. So, like, a Kratos-styled game focused on Thrall that was originally planned, that could work. Maybe that could get a new people interested in the WoW. They could also pull a Arcane, you know, where there's a TV show and, like, it explains what the lore of WoW is, and, like, it goes into detail there. And that does get a lot of people to play League of Legends. And I don't think MOBAs are that popular, but it worked for League of Legends, so maybe. So maybe outsource, like, books, not books. I don't think books are gonna work. Sorry, I love books, but I don't think that's how that's gonna happen here. Basically, TV shows, other games like Kratos styled or Witcher styled. I don't know what's really popular right now. I don't know if first-person shooters are still popular. I assume they are, but I don't think that's gonna work for WoW. I guess that's a good way of doing it too. Oh, Hellfire Citadel. I'm so glad I don't have to farm that anymore. It's hard to set up a short introduction on 20 years of story. Where to start? BFA? Yeah, that's the tough part. Like, I understand why they did the Warcraft movie, starting with, like, the first war first, because where the story kind of begins at. It's rough, because, like, WoW is 20 plus years old. Where do you kind of begin with that? How do you begin with that? Because, like, it's such an expansive universe with so many characters that it's hard to keep track for even itself. But I feel like that's what a TV show could do, or an alternative game could do. Especially, like, if it focuses on, like, Thrall or whatever, and, like, the sequels focus on other characters, too. I don't know. I think for a new player, it's tricky, because I got into the lore way before I even started playing. But for my friends, leaving Exile's Reach, it was way too overwhelming for characters and quests. Yeah, I feel like that's part of the problem that Holly was trying to address recently, where it was like, Exile's Reach was an interesting step, but it wasn't the necessary step. Like, it was a band-aid to a very massive wound. We basically need something bigger. And I feel like a revamp to the starting zones is the way to go, but it needs to go in the depth of, like, what is Azeroth? What are the orcs? What are the trolls? What are they about? Here's why you should be invested in this character, because Exile's Reach doesn't do that for Thrall. Exile's Reach doesn't do that for Jaina. Like, I feel like, yeah, like, WoW, it needs to, in some shape or form, do what Cataclysm did, but modernize it. Like, I feel like Cataclysm, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I feel like Cataclysm did a fantastic job of getting people invested in characters like Vol'jin and Sylvanas. So much Thrall, sadly. I think that Cataclysm could have done a better job with the Orcs starting zone on the importance of Thrall and Garrosh, but... would be the best way, would be a good TV show or something? You don't do a story about random people somewhere? I don't think so. I don't think... See, that's the problem. I don't think a random story with random characters is gonna get people clicking with WoW. Because WoW doesn't focus on random characters, in my opinion. Again, my intrigue point, and maybe, again, this is just me, I don't think you're going to get people invested in WoW's story with Jimmy the elf and his adventure. I think you need to, and like, he could be a good entryway point to get people kind of clicking into WoW's story, but WoW, some people might disagree with me on this too, I think that WoW has always been about Thrall, about Jaina, about Tyrande, about, you know, that's why Warcraft 3 focuses on them. It's why WoW has never stopped focusing on them. WoW has never been like, okay, we need to stop focusing on Thrall. Let's focus on this new orc character suddenly. Like, he kind of tried that with Garrosh a little bit, but like, Thrall was never far away from Garrosh, and the characters were connected in such a way where you think of Garrosh, you immediately think of Thrall. You think of Thrall, you immediately think of Garrosh. So I feel like Garrosh was a good parallel to Thrall in that way. But if you focus on like a lesser character, I don't know if that's gonna work as well. Like, what I think Arcane did that was phenomenal, and it should be appraised, that should be the follow-up to WoW stories and a WoW show, was focusing on characters in the game itself. And like, yeah, those characters weren't given a lot of lore to begin with, but like, that's why I feel like if you focus on a Lord of the Clans story for Thrall, and again, I'm biased, that's the problem here. I'm over here basically saying what I want. I don't know what a new player wants. Because when a new player starts the game, they're gonna be like, okay, who's that? And that's why I say, like, okay, well, they should focus on Thrall, because he's still a player in the game. He's not, irrelevant. Like, say, what's a character that's irrelevant in WoW that does not matter anymore? Karen. I love Karen, but he doesn't matter in WoW's story as much. They really should have, with the Arthas book, turned into a movie. I don't think Arthas would be a good... Okay, that's another thing. That's another irrelevant character. I know people are going to disagree with me on that, but I think that starting people off with Arthas, as cool as he is, people are going to jump into WoW and be like, okay, where's Arthas? Where is this cool Death Knight character that is going to become the Lich King someday? Where is he? Oh, he's dead. His story's already over. So I don't know if that would really work. That's why I'm saying stuff like Thrall, because Thrall is still a continuous character. He's still in modern day WoW. So if you get someone invested in Thrall, they'll be like, alright, where's Thrall? Oh, there he is. He's all grayed up. But again, I'm coming from a biased perspective here. If that's how I feel about Arthas, though. I don't think starting people off with Arthas is a good idea. Maybe Sylvanas? She is very marketable. Sylvanas might be a good pitch. Yeah, the instant you start considering including Tyrande and the Night Elves in Warcraft show, you immediately have to write it like 2 extra seasons just to get them involved. Honestly, I don't care if it is Thrall, Arthas, or Jaina, or whoever, as long as it's interesting and looks good. Yeah. But that's why I think it should be Thrall, though. Because, like, Lord of the Clans is a really good book. It's a really good story. It gets people invested. It's political. And Thrall is just a great character, and he is relevant. And also just... I really want a Lord of the Clans movie or TV show. I'm sorry, I'm biased. That's what I've always wanted. I've always wanted them to do a Lord of the Clans show. And if they don't do it, I'll do it. It's the only way without committing to 1 billion seasons. It's a spark. That's all they need to do to start everything off. Billy the Elf, okay, I like him. What is the history of his people, the place he lives in? It's a starting point. I just think Arcane is the good basis for them to do for Warcraft. Because, like, I think they could jump around. They could be like, okay, here's Thrall during the events of the founding of Durotar. Here's Khadgar on Outland or something. I'm just listing off examples. I think the Third War is the perfect time to tell stories for these characters. Because no one's gonna play Warcraft 3 in the modern day. I'm sorry. As much as I love Warcraft 3 Reforged, and everyone hates it, which I don't blame them, I feel like the Third War is the perfect time to tell a TV show for these characters. So, telling the story of Thrall and the Lord of the Clans, telling the story of Arthas and the rise of the Forsaken, and like him becoming the Lich King. I know I just said that he's irrelevant, but like, you're not focusing solely on Arthas. You're focusing on characters like Jaina too. You're focusing on what's his name? Illidan. You're focusing on Illidan. And Illidan's relevant too. That's the thing. Illidan, Illidan and Sylvanas are probably gold mines to focus on for a TV show. Same with Thrall. And Anduin. And Varian. You'd like that. The problem is Arthas is the most recognized name of the RP, bar none. That's the problem too. Like, I could see, I'm not saying don't do anything with Arthas. I'm saying don't do Arthas the movie. Don't do Arthas the TV show. You gotta focus on other characters besides Arthas, because, like I said, I think that if you do an Arthas TV show, people are gonna pop in and be like, okay, alright, where's Arthas? Where's my boo? Where's my favorite character? And it's like, he's dead. He's been dead since 2008. Well, 2009. And I think that would make people click off, probably. That's just my opinion. Because, like, that's the reason why I think League of Legends is doing so well with Arcane, probably, is because those characters aren't dead. They're still relevant in some shape or form, at the very least. You would not bait me with Varian. And tell me you wouldn't want a Varian show. I feel like an anthology series with Warcraft characters could also work. So, like, you focus on the story of Thrall and the Lord of the Clans. You focus on Illidan and his backstory. You focus on Varian and his backstory. Like, I feel like that actually might work, too. An anthology series on each of the characters of Warcraft, via, like, Hearthstone's main cast. Might be saying that just so we get a Rexar episode, but, you know. Maybe the problem is the fact that they've waited 20 years to start entry-level media that is not books. The shows, movies should have started 15 years ago during the record subtimes of Wrath of the Lich King or Kata. Yeah, that's the problem, though. We didn't have that back then for most video games. Because, like, most video game they were all doing movies, right? And all the movies were really bad. It was called the video game movie curse. And we've only recently, I think, struck gold with, like, the Sonic movie. I haven't seen the Sonic movies, by the way. I just know that people love them. And Arcane, and the Mario movie, and stuff like that. Like, we've only recently finally gotten good with it. Which sucks. Because, like, that means everyone wants to try it now, including probably Warcraft, I imagine. Anthology is cool for fans, but, like, 20 minutes per character, you might... Well, it'd probably be 40 minutes, because I think that's what most TV shows on Netflix or whatever do. So I think 40 minutes would maybe be enough. Depending on how they do it. Depending on how the, what's it called? The pacing goes. I think they could do Thralls, up until becoming the War Chief of the Horde. I think that they could do that. And if they get a second season, they could do Warcraft 3 and his whole arc, probably. It's just fitting that and making that into a movie or an episode that's kind of hard. I think the reason why I keep saying Lord of the Clans is because it's based off a book, and I feel like books have better pacing than video game levels for, like, movies and shows and stuff. I actually enjoy the WoW movie, well, mainly the orcs, but still, I like the Warcraft movie. Definitely nothing to do with the Third War, instead being the most fleshed out Rexar story, I'm sure. Getting called out. Oop. I threw a sock. It missed. I disagree. It took League ages to make their own show. I think nearly a decade. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying that, like, it took God, it took media forever to be like, hey, so video games, what if we actually made a good show or a good movie? Is this just a room in Tomb of Sargeras? I swear it is. This looks just like that one room in Tomb of Sargeras. I think they reused it for this. Yeah, the Warcraft movie, I actually liked it too. The orc stuff was really good. Probably the best part about it. And maybe that's also why I'm kind of like, hey, let's do something with Thrall, because Baby Thrall was a prominent character in that movie, and most people that I understand loved the Durtan arc. The Durtan arc was like the best part of the movie. The stuff with the humans was like, I think everyone was mostly kind of just turned away by it, and like, oh goodness, the Warcraft movie making the decision to like, hey, what if we made, Garona, Medivh's daughter for no reason? God, that had, like, I know people who were, like, someone in the chat was actually introduced to, someone in the chat was introduced to, the Warcraft movie, WoW through the Warcraft movie. So, Blue, how polarizing was it for you to learn WoW lore, to learn that a character like Garona was actually Medivh's wife, but in the movie was his daughter? How polarizing was that? I'm very curious how you might have felt about that, or did you not care? I'm just curious about that, because there's very few people I get to actually ask this question. No one reads Book Skull? Well, that's why Lord of the Clans, the TV show, would be great, because that way you get to experience the story of Thrall in a movie or a TV show. It's a win-win. I literally chatted about this with Tyranor yesterday. The Garona stuff, the polarizing Garona stuff. With Medivh and stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Because, oh man, it feels so wrong. Like, I don't know who was writing the script for that was like, oh man, this is such a great idea, because it's not. It is such a bad idea of being like, oh, so these two characters are a couple in the lore. What if I made her the daughter instead? It was really weird from a WTF point of view, but it did get rid of the possible Madan shenanigans. We were just talking about that early in the stream. Madan is still canon, by the way. And also, I don't like Medivh being Garona's father. Mainly because I like Garona being a half Draenei way more than being half human. I do not like the half human lore. It made no sense back in the day, and they retconned it. They made it like, no, she's a half Draenei, and I preferred that over. And the Warcraft movie is weird, because at the beginning of the Warcraft movie, she's able to understand the Draenei's language. How? What do you mean she can understand them? That makes no sense. It makes way more sense for her to be a half Draenei because she's able to understand them. Garona in the Warcraft movie might be my least favorite character in that movie, what they do with her. I don't like it. Stuff with Duratan, though, is good. Hello, Khono. Hello, Jitters. How do you like my VTuber model?
Phase 2.
How do you like it? How do you feel about it? Is this... This was Mythic. It is Mythic. Okay. Never mind. We're just mount farming and yapping about WoW lore, because that's what we do. Ooh. Did I finally get this appearance, or do I already have that appearance? I probably already had that appearance. We're gonna skip the cinematics, by the way, as much as I love them. If Rexar was in the Warcraft movie, how cool would it be? It would be very cool. Best thing ever. It would probably make me cry tears of joy. Bye, Gul'dan. Like, it's a clever origin if they intend to keep her as half human, but the relationship in canon ruins that. Yeah, and they do, and it is, as far as I've been, as we were talking about. So the events of the Madan comic are canon, just Medan himself is all over the place. He's not the Guardian, he doesn't wield Atiash, he's kind of just... Medan is probably never going to be a thing because everyone hates him. We talked about this before. It's weird how he keeps coming up in today's stream. Vtuber looks like a lot like you. I thought it was you. It is me. I appreciate that though.
Phase
like that
2.
was one of the... I get teleported in. Normally I get teleported in the Twisting Nether when that happens. Oh well. Oh, there we go. It happened. That was funny. Did I get the mount? I probably didn't. I'm not that lucky. At least I got the Archimon transmog. That's cool. I don't think we had that before. Cool. Alright. Is there any other mounts in Draenor that we need? Oh god, Medan. I don't know why we're talking about Medan. I think the Fang and the color scheme fit very well. Thank you! As I talked about in the debut stream, but Khono here, he's very much me, but he's also just like aspects of my life, of stuff that I enjoy in media and anime and Warcraft and all that other stuff put into one. I really like the color green, and I really wanted to have like a little orc tusk and like a little battle scar as like a little nod to Bannerac, because Bannerac is still like my favorite character that I've created. I love this music, by the way. Why does WoW music have like such bangers? I mean, we know why, but... Okay, there's a joke here. So like, you know how like there's like this like little skull dude? Right? And that's like the joke that everyone's like, oh, who's this character? What about this character in the back? Little helmet guy with the spiky helm. That is the perfect secondary joke that we can bring back in 2025. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna do it. I think I still have the Warlords Draenor image up right here. Right. This is perfect. I'm gonna tweet it right now. If my browser will let me. My computer is very angry with me whenever I'm streaming, so probably not. That's how it's supposed to be, an extension of yourself. Thank you, Deadbeat Dan. You would know. You would know as a deadbeat. Callie's great, by the way. I don't get to talk about Gorfax's dad. Yes. Yes. Let's keep that momentum going. I like Callie. I always the biggest struggle with like being in the VTubing space is like you get asked like who is your favorite VTuber? And I kind of just look at it and I go like I have a lot of people that I like in the VTubing space. I don't know who my favorite is because there's too many of them that I like. I've always appreciated this expansion, especially when it shed light on the Mak'gara clan. I hate you, Jitters, because that is the constant joke you keep saying. You keep calling the Mak'nathal the Mak'gara. They aren't even in this expansion. I love you, Jitters. Jitters is a real one. I miss getting ice cream with you, buddy. Alright, well this is gonna take a year because my computer hates loading screens. So, I know we've got some BFA raids we can do, like the Battle of the Tsar lore. So we're in Crusade. There's Karazhan. We can go do Karazhan. Surprisingly, there's not really that many mounts that drop from any other raids besides the Eye. We already did Malagos. I already have the Ulduar and Ice Crown mounts. Oh, right, we can go do, Dragon Soul. So there's Dragon Soul. We're gonna do Dragon Soul. There's no mop raids we need. I already got all of those. Legion. Antorus. There's Antorus. Cool. Do I have the Nighthold mount? Thought I did. No more ice cream if you get sick again? That's fair. Okay, I don't have the other Infernal. This is, I don't know which one that drops from. We'll have to look at that real quick. Okay. Does Mythic drop both versions? Looks like it just drops one. Oh, it drops both versions. That's kind of neat. So we'll do Mythic Nighthold then. Battle for Azeroth. We're not gonna... Well, we could do Sanctum of Domination, I guess. There's two cool mounts from there. Mainly from Sylvanas. Sylvanas drops the, cool looking Dragonhawk mount. I do like that. That is a cool mount. So we'll definitely do Sanctum, I think. Alright. If we can do Sanctum. Alright, so... I guess we could go in order of raids. I guess we do Legion next? Or Karazhan next? Yeah, we'll do Karazhan next. Okay. Cool. What is the quickest way to Karazhan? That's the Stranglethorn portal. Or Zeppelin. Stranglethorn Zeppelin. I got messaged. Oh. I got messaged by Boxman. That guy's a nerd. He said, "Evening, Khono." Sup, Box? Wait, what's Thomshire have to say? Ooh, Thomshire, you cooking? Good looking. God damn, Thomshire, you need to... Thomshire needs to calm down. I can't say what he did, but oh. Oh. God damn. That's crazy. Mrs. Jitters says hi, but don't get any ideas. I won't get any ideas, I promise, Mrs. Jitters. Is Mrs. Jitters just like, what is he going by now these days? Cause like, that's how I would feel. Cause like, I changed my name like every year now. I used to be Skull, then I changed to Bannerack, and now I'm Khono. I don't think I have any more in me though, guys. I don't think I'm gonna rebrand it ever again, probably. I'll only rebrand another time if, I don't know, Chronos gets sued or something. You can? I posted it on Blue Sky. Okay, so, everyone. We're gonna talk about this. I can show it, right? I can show it, Thomshire? I'm asking for permission first. She keeps pronouncing your name as school. So how do you, still talk school? School. I'm ready to go to school. I can share it? Okay, cool. We're gonna show off, spoilers for Ironwrath, everyone. That this is the series that Thomshire and I write, or I am a co-writer on it. I'm one of the main co-writers, but you know. This is Zul'jin. Now, why would Zul'jin be back? What's going on with that? What is going on with good old Zul'jin and Ironwrath and the timeline where Garrosh won? Why would Zul'jin come back? It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know why he would be back. But he looks pretty cool, right? He looks pretty cool. I'd give him 10 out of 10 stars. Looks pretty dang slick. I love the appearance. Is the Kel'Thuzad belt, the purple, going to stick, or are you going to recolor that to match the shoulder poncho fabric thing here? I'm very curious. I think that both could work, or you could use the black fabric on the mask for that too. Either or. I'm not sure if you're sticking with the purple or if this is done color wise, but he looks good. He looks good. Why would he be back? Because he's awesome. That's a reason enough for me. I feel like Ironroth is very much based around Rule of Cool. Definitely. Okay, what raid was I doing again? Yeah, Karazhan. We're doing Karazhan next. None of the colors are done. Okay. Are we gonna make all the cloth either purple or black? Okay. Well, that answers a lot of my questions then. But he looks cool. Actually, let me go to Blue Sky real quick and retweet that. Or whatever it's called. What? Reblog? Well, I don't even know, like, I think it's just repost, right? I miss it when we were able to call things Twitter. Like Twitter lingo. Retweet and all that jazz. Where's Thomshire? Where is this nerd? Shire. Let me retweet my bad boy. Oh yeah, I forgot his shoulder pad. I'll be honest with you, he kind of looks good without the shoulder pad too. I don't know. I might be team no shoulder pads for a character. Cause like, look at Banneret. I mean, he technically has a cloak for his shoulder pad, both in his in-game model and his out-of-in-game model, but yeah. Sorry, I had to switch to my Kindle. What did I miss? We talked about Zul'jin being back for Ironroth and how cool that is. And the design that Thomshire posted of Blue Sky. It might be in my Discord. If it's not, you have full liberty to post that in art and pictures, Thomshire, if you haven't already. Doesn't look like you have yet. So go ahead and post that for people who have not seen it yet. Big shoulder pad kind of helps sell the DK look, but we'll see. I don't know. There's a lot of coolness factor to having shoulder pads, obviously. Like, I'm team shoulder pads when it comes to, like, Saurfang and Garrosh and Thrall. But I could also see, like, characters like Rexxar not having a shoulder pad, Duratan, Thrall and Warlords of Draenor, Vol'jin, Bane, Lor'themar? Does Lor'themar have shoulder pads? He has, like, the weird, like, Emperor, like, thing on him or something. Hold on, I gotta look at Lor'themar real quick. Lor'themar. I feel bad because, like, I remember Lor'themar more. Okay, he does have shoulder pads. He basically has shoulder pads. He has, like, I love how his shoulder pads look though, because, like, they don't look like the typical shoulder pads that are just, like, floating on your shoulders. It looks like it actually, like, is something you could wear without it floating. That's, like, I think my biggest issue with shoulder pads in WoW. Rexxar does have a shoulder pad, though. Yeah, I know. I'm saying he could look good without it, though. Oh, this is BS. I hate... One of my biggest problems with the phasing in WoW right now is, so you, like, for Undercity and Lordaeron, it will send you back to the Cataclysm era of Lordaeron randomly. And it'll have like none of the portals and like none of the Zeppelins will work or whatever. Like it's basically Cataclysm Lordaeron, but like with none of the benefits to going back to Lordaeron. I guess I could have just taken the portal tower or Zeppelin Tower's portal, but I wish that they would let me stick with this phase for all my characters permanently, if I just say so. Been thinking about how do orcs view priests recently, been added and Shadow Priest out, curiosity, cause consider orc priest at one point. Okay, so orc priests are an interesting new thing rather than old thing. They are priests of the Lokash, and they are pretty respected. But as far as like shadow priests go, it's another warlock situation, unfortunately. Not as bad, but not equally. It's kind of void magic and shadow magic will always kind of be viewed negatively in WoW's lore, regardless of what culture it is, usually, unless you're like a void elf. Very few races in the Horde. Well, I'm trying to think of like, yeah, I don't think a lot of orcs would like void stuff either. Like, I guess it depends on like what group it is. But like, let's say for example, if you're like a Warsong orc or a Frostwolf orc, you're probably not gonna like somebody who uses the void. But if you're like a Shadow Moon orc, even that's kind of dependent too, isn't it? Because like, it really depends on what kind of Shadow Moon orc you're playing, because Shadow Moon orcs also frown upon a void too. It's a part of their culture as well. That's tough. I'd say most orc cultures probably don't care as much, but probably still care, depending on like how much you use it and what you use it for. Like, are you like... Yeah, I don't know. That one's tougher than warlocks. I feel like you could make it work though. But most of all, I think most orcs would probably just be kind of okay with it, but also not really okay with it. Alright, we're gonna do Legion's Midnight. Okay. I am going to get very confused here, by the way. Just saying. Karazhan's Legion's version, I always get lost. Same with Burning Crusades. So, this is gonna suck, is what I'm trying to say. Because I always get lost here. But hey! Maybe, just maybe we'll get the mount. And maybe we won't. There we go, Thumshire posted it. Look at that beautiful, beautiful Zul'jin. I wish there was a skip to the Horseman in here. What is his name? Is he just called the Horseman? Yeah, he is. It's called the Huntsman. Okay. Huntsman, Horseman, whatever. We need to do like, we only need to do like, we don't need to do all the bosses, fortunately. That's one benefit. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm gonna get more lost in here when it comes to Burning Crusade, because goodness, Burning Crusade Karazhan, it's like, I have a fond memory of it, because, the first raid I ever did was Karazhan. But it was during Wrath of the Lich King. Basically, my guild was, like, gearing me up using Karazhan's raids for some reason. I don't really remember the full reason why, because I think the gear was still good, technically. Like, you could still use it to do Wrath of the Lich King raids. Because I think we were going to do Naxxramas and, like, other junk, too. And, like, you didn't have Transmog back then. Transmog wasn't a thing until, like, Cataclysm. Like, end of Cataclysm. Wasn't even the start of Cataclysm. It's wild. Yeah, we weren't doing it for, like, to get me to look cool. Of course, I actually still stand by this. If it was just updated to be more modern, and maybe if it wasn't as fell looking, it would look cool. But one of my favorite hunter sets to this day is this set. Now some of it's from Gruul's Lair, some of it's from Karazhan, but if this was more modernized, it would look really cool. I always really liked this helm in specific because the little like outlines here, it made it look like orc tusks were poking out. But yeah, this was one of my favorite hunter tiers for the longest time. It still kind of is in some ways. In some ways it's also not. But yeah, this was my favorite hunter tier, and it still kind of is. I still think it's pretty cool. Probably my most favorite hunter tier of all time is still the Yongle Slayer, though. That's just, I don't know, it's very iconic. It's Ban's old set. That it should be on my favorites. Is it not favorited? I thought it was favorited. It's crazy. Where is it? Here it is. There's the Yongle Slayer set. Don't have the belt. That's interesting. Yeah, Yongle Slayer is probably my favorite hunter tier set. But yeah. Okay, thank you. I never got any info on Orc Priest. Kind of helps a bit. I'm assuming Shadow are using Shadow Protect Horde and not hurting anyone or anything, just being shady, more... Well, like, Shadow Priests are a little bit more interesting, I guess, because, like, theoretically, Shadow Priests aren't really doing any... They aren't doing as much harm compared to, like, a Warlock. Because, like, the problem with a Orc Warlock, or Warlocks in general, is, like, when they use their magic, they have the risk of turning people, like, all fel and green and, like, corrupted and all that fun jazz. With Shadow Priests, it's mostly on them. Like, you're basically doing self-harm to yourself. You're basically, like, your brain is becoming a potential tool to the old gods, to the void, to the shadow. So, that's mainly what's happening there. Why are you beating up kitchen appliances? A good question. They told me to.
Interrupt.
So I'm thinking for Monday, by the way. I'm thinking for Monday, since like the Undermine patch is coming out on Tuesday, I'm thinking of doing the Goblin starting zone in Celebration and like just kind of like, you know, re-experience that story beat as kind of like a, you know, to get into the vibes of the goblins and stuff. It was basically, you know, whatchamacallit, the start to the Galliwick saga that we're finally finishing up. Like, a decade later. More than a decade later. That is crazy. Like, Galliwick's and, like, everything about him and his whole story and all that other jazz, it all kind of, like, was in 2010, and we're in 2025, which is 15 years ago. So Galliwix is a character, excuse me, that has existed for 15 years, and we are finally dealing with him. That is a 15-year-long wait, and that is wild to me. Like, that'll always be wild to me. Am I going the right way? Yes. Going the right way, I think. I just think it's really wild that we're wrapping up a 15-year-long storyline, in a way. Kitchenware has ghosts possessing them, got to beat them up, and that's why. I think Domshire is just, you know, questioning my Bannerek's brutality towards appliances. Oh wow, would you look at that? We didn't get a mount. Okay, let's see if the entrance out of here taken? No. This guy used to be able to teleport you. Can he still do that? Let me, he talks about dealing with the spiders. I deal with the spiders, will that let him teleport me out? Or is that just gonna be like, no? That would be so handy right now, because like otherwise I have to figure my way out of here, and that's gonna take forever because I always get lost in Karazhan. I'm gonna be honest with you, classic raids are some of the most confusing places to leave because I never do them. Like I did them like a bunch when I was a kid, but like nowadays, oh, I have not really touched these raids. There's not really a reason to do them because I already have all the transmog from doing them, and I'm never going to use the transmog, but also just like there's no mount, so there's no reason to do it. Gosh, I remember like as a kid. Ooh. Oh hell yeah. I'll take it. How dare you. I just want to leave. Yay! Now we can go do Burning Crusade and not get them out from there, too. Ugh. Been at it for 2 hours. I don't know how long we will, be doing, this mount farm for. I mean, I mostly just want to do all of the raids that I know I want to do. And go from there. When go in there, Hearthstone nearby so I don't find exit. Well, like, that's the kind of the whole point, though, why I'm not doing a Hearthstone monkey is because I'm doing the other raid. And if I do oh, this is gonna be quick. Why was I complaining? Why was I complaining? I just gotta go over here. This is not gonna take that long. What? Okay, well. I have nothing to complain about. Forget about me. Forget me complaining about getting lost in Karazhan, because this is gonna be, like, really quick. Why did I think it would take so long? And no mount. I'm not surprised. It's just I'm disappointed. Okay. So we've done all of the Burning Crusade ones. Oh man. We're gonna be doing Legion next, I think. Oh no, there's Kata. Okay. We've done all of the Wrath. We've done Burning Crusade. Let's go do Dragon Soul. I think I have the Firelands mount. Don't quote me on that. I'm gonna check real quick. Firelands. Have that. Ragnaros. Friend. I thought Ragnaros was the one who dropped it. Okay, Smoldering. Alright. Alright, it looks like I have the Fireland mounts. Cool. Alright, so Dragon Soul then? Okay. A lot of Dragon Soul mounts I just do not have. We're gonna sell some stuff, and then we'll go head out to Caverns of Time. Let's see. Caverns of Time, we'll go Gromgul Basin and take the portal from there. Saying that because going to one set of Hearthstone at Darkshire and go to the one after Legion version. Well, I don't have my Hearthstone set to Darkshire, and like I said, I just find the exit, you know. It's like it doesn't take that long. And like the other thing is, here's the thing too with my computer. My computer hates loading screens. Cause like, my WoW can only be stored on the D drive. There's no room on the C drive, because this computer is over a decade old, and there's just no room there. So I basically don't like loading screens. My computer doesn't like loading screens, and I don't like it either. I take the Undercity portal. I'm gonna wait for... No, I'm gonna take the portal, because if I take the Zeppelin, it's just gonna crash my game, because Zeppelins, for some reason, keep crashing. Then again, I'm an Alliance main. Well, yeah, that's kind of the Horde don't really have as much when it comes to how close things are to Karazhan. The closest we've got is Zul'Gurub. That's the best we've got going for us. Alliance kind of has that benefit. We have better access on Kalimdor stuff than we do Stormwind, whatever. Eastern Kingdoms, that's what I meant to say. Okay, I was just looking on Twitter. Some people were like, I have some very big takes when it comes to Classic WoW. There was a post asking what was the most overrated WoW expansion, and Classic WoW was one of the options, and I basically said Classic was overrated, and I stand by that. It's, people overhype Classic to a large degree, and I'm sure there's some appeal there going on, but it's pretty overhyped. People say it's like the best part about WoW right now. It really isn't. I think that there's good stuff in it. Who would agree? It's nostalgic and all that stuff, but if you asked me, hey, I'm thinking of playing some Classic WoW later, or do you want to play some retail? What do you want to do? I'll say retail every time. Like, I don't know. I've been there in Classic. I've seen there. I've done it. Every time I've touched it or tried it again, nah, it's just not for me. Imagine not having an SSD. I do have an SSD. There's just not a lot of room. I was disappointed that Galliwix isn't going to be leading the Venture Co. He's basically leading... He's... So... I'd be going to the spoiler details, but... Blizzard themselves have kind of already said what's going on in Undermined. Okay, so basically, what's going on in Undermined, Jacob, and why he isn't leader of the Venture Co. And, like, I was initially disappointed by this too, but then it made sense to me why he isn't. Galliwix basically is making it so everyone is working for him. He's basically got blackmail on them, and he's no longer in charge of one cartel. He's basically a super boss in charge of all of the cartels. Every single one. So that's why he's not in charge of, like, the Venture Co. And in a way, he kind of made his own new cartel with the Dark Views as well. So... yeah, that's where we're at with Galliwix. I don't really have much problem with that comparatively. Okay, what was... yeah, I was gonna go to Caverns of Time. Thank you, Brain. Thank you very much. My PC hates City, especially, packed full of people, using spells, loading iffy, but usually amount of folk on screen. Yeah. My computer hates cities too. Like, it depends. So I've noticed this with my computer specifically. So if I'm playing WoW for hours and I'm actually active with it, like I'm moving around, I'm doing content, it's fine with me. Like, the loading screen doesn't take as long, it's not as laggy. But if I'm just standing there, not doing anything for hours, and then I just start moving, it'll be like, what are you doing? And my computer will just shit the bed. So think I do have an SSD, it's just that, that doesn't really solve anything. Are those things still here? Oh my god. That's wild. Okay, so during the anniversary event, these sand devils appear, and you're supposed to kill them, and they were like exclusively added for the anniversary event. That's wild. I would have figured they would have removed those. I'm a little sad that the anniversary event, like, is kind of over and done. Player? That is a player. I kind of wish like it was a location in the game besides outside of the Caverns of Time, like it was just somewhere you could go to, like it was instanced or something. That'd be kind of cool. Raid difficulty, heroic. I kind of wish that if it was like a raid doesn't have a mythic difficulty, it would just automatically be on heroic if you have it on mythic. Okay, since we're in the raid, I will say this each and every time when it comes to Cataclysm. I liked Dragon Soul. It wasn't like this top tier finale raid. Like it wasn't like amazing. Like it's not like, oh my god, I love this raid. But like I have like me and Box, you know, he's my best friend, he's my best bud. He hates this raid. He does not like this raid. It's not his favorite. He thinks it's just, he does not like it. I like this raid. Like, it's flawed, it's not the best. It does have a lot of reused assets, but like, I love the music. The boss fights aren't the worst in the world. It could be better. It could be better. But I generally actually do like this raid. 10 player. I want to be on heroic. And I mean not heroic, 20 man. Hold on, let's see if we can change it. That's rude. This raid is rude. I take every nice thing I said about it because it removed what I like. It's not doing what I want it to. I also just like how you can just see Deathwing in the sky fighting other dragons and stuff. Like, I don't know. There's something cool about Cataclysm. Like, I think Cataclysm is kind of underrated. Like, if Classic is overrated, then Cataclysm is the definition of underrated. It is a underrated expansion. No one really talks about the good that came from it. No one talks about, like, what they liked about it. It's just kind of like, it's an expansion that exists. I honestly, I consider Cataclysm like the black sheep of World of Warcraft. I don't think there's any other WoW expansion that like gets any praise. Oh man, we're stuck in 10 man. Okay. Was there ever a 10 man or 20 man? Yeah, there is 25 man. Rip. Well, we're screwed. Yeah, just no one really talks about Cataclysm really that much, either in a positive or negative light. It's just kind of like people will remember it exists, and yeah, that's about it. Like, there's obviously some negative stuff about it that people sometimes talk about, like it got rid of the old world, but I'm gonna be honest about that, no one really talks about that as much either. People are always talking about how, like, oh, I really want them to, like, update the world from Cataclysm. I guess there is, like, some negative connotation there. But, like, what I mean is, like, no one's, like, saying, like, it's, like, Shadowlands level of bad, or BFA levels of bad, or, like, it's not talked about, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it exists. I'm glad it exists. It's yeah, that's I don't know. I feel like it's an interesting expansion because of that dilemma. It's like no one really talks about it at all, really. Like, comparatively, yes. Like, there's gonna be somebody out there that's a contrarian who's like, I talk about Cataclysm all the time, it's my favorite, or I talk about Cataclysm all the time, it's my least favorite, you know. Um, I'm kind of fascinated by it because, like, as somebody who really doesn't care for Classic, I actually like Cataclysm because of that, because it got rid of the Classic world. And that's fascinating to me because somebody else on that spectrum would basically be like, I hate Cataclysm because it did that. I love my old world. I miss it, you know? There's somebody out there definitely who does that. If Deathwing won, what would have happened to the Lich King? Probably would have been killed. There's not much he can really do. Like, this isn't really like, I don't think this should come as a surprise, but like on the totem pole of like power levels and like who's stronger than who, the Lich King is like a candle to a tsunami when it comes to Deathwing. Like, the Lich King is as much of a threat only if he has a bunch of undead. And by the end of Wrath of the Lich King, he basically has to start from square one. And Deathwing really isn't gonna really be bothered by much of anything that Bolvar throws at him. The most scariest thing that Bolvar could do is if he could successfully revive Galakrond. That is probably the worst thing that Bolvar could do to Deathwing, and I still don't think Deathwing would lose to that. I think the thing about Cataclysm is that everything about it is either done better by another expansion, but what it does isn't really that bad. Yeah, it's basically, I wouldn't call it a nothing burger expansion, but in the grand scheme of like WoW, I don't know, it doesn't really do that much damage or benefit. The best thing Cataclysm probably did was revamp the leveling system, but the sad part is, because of Chromie time, it really doesn't matter. Which I think is a little sad. I'm gonna be honest with you, I actually really liked what Cataclysm did for the leveling. This is probably the biggest, and like, no one will agree with me about this take. I honestly think everyone in the, if I bring this up, this is actually probably the, like, if I might actually make this a hot take on Twitter. I personally think I prefer, I think I preferred how leveling used to be. Like, again, like I said, I think this might be a hot take. The Chromie time, I think, is kind of garbage. And I think that there was something magical about the leveling experience of going from, like, Burning Crusade to Wrath to Cataclysm to Mist of Pandaria to Warlords to Legion to BFA and so on. Now, do I think that giving people the skip, like skipping Shadowlands, skipping Outlands, skipping Wrath, is a good thing? Yes, I do, actually. But at the same time, I do think I miss, basically, you know, I don't want to call it the chore. Oh my god, the world map is not liking the ocean. I think I do miss the whole thing of the leveling through those expansions. I do generally miss that. And I guess that's what Classic will be for now. Like, I guess I can experience that again by playing Mist of Pandaria Classic, in a way. I think it'd be nice to have that option rather than just Chromie time. And I guess you theoretically could try mirroring it with Chromie time, but Chromie time it's just not built for that. Chromie time is built for you to play one WoW expansion and then be done. You could wiggle around and skip through stuff, but it's just not the same, you know? I do miss the old world, but okay with the Kata if it had the option to choose to be Classic. I'm dying right now. I saw a clip of Mr. Negative from Spider-Man being voiced by the little guy from Gentry versus Underworld. No! The little guy that we all love? He voices like a villain, Mr. Negative in Spider-Man. That's crazy. That's crazy, Blue. That's crazy. Or what it does more uniquely, like the revamp, so it is out of date now that people want to get rid of it, even if it isn't as awful as everyone says. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is out of date. That's one thing I will stand by. I think something's wrong, by the way, with the Dragon Soul Skybox. I do not remember it being this bright. And also the water is like freaking out over here. I don't know. I'm noticing as WoW gets older, the older expansions and older raids and older content that you're like meant to play through, like Vajir for an example, if you go back and do Vajir, the skybox is completely broken there when you're under the water. And also the starting zone of that experience is also broken. I think that as WoW gets older, the older expansions are just starting to break, depending on what happens there. We need to talk to Thrall now, I think. Go kill Halion. Did you guys know that they actually planned for Chromatus to be the boss here, not Halion? I think that's his name. Is it Halion? No, Altraxion. Okay, Altraxion. Yeah, instead of Altraxion, it was supposed to be Chromatus. You know, this encounter with Deathwing really brings up a lot of my issues with the expansion. One of my biggest issues with Cataclysm was that Deathwing was barely in it, and he's like the main threat. I honestly think that's the one thing that I would change about Cataclysm, is he should have been in the story more. Because the last time we saw Deathwing, unless you did the legendary questline in Firelands, is in Twilight Highlands, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to think if there was any time where we see Deathwing again. Outside of Terragos's Rest. Which is wild to me. So, you basically have Deathwing kind of throughout the starting experience a little bit. You don't even see him very much during that either. Yeah, you really just don't see Deathwing that often. He exists, and kind of just goes off to somewhere else. Oh yeah, did old content is rotting, has been for ages. I haven't done the Worgen starting area since Legion because even back then it was just so riddled with bugs. Yeah, I think that's another reason why they need to do a level revamp for the old zones to be more modernized and like basically relevant to the lore, because the old world is falling apart because the game is becoming, you know, so old now. Like Cataclysm, like I said, it was 15 years ago. That's so wild and sad to me. Like, I feel like an ancient because I'm 27 turning 28. I'm almost 30. And WoW is, you know, 20 plus years old at this point. It's almost as old as I am. I mean, it's always been almost as old as I am, but it's sad. I'm gonna fight Chromatus's replacement. They basically couldn't figure out how to do Chromatus at this point in WoW, so that's why they didn't do him. At least that's the rumor. Okay, the skybox works in here. You know what is under a place that they don't talk about that much? It's the Realm of Twilight. It's like, I believe the Realm of Twilight is an extension of Nyalotha. I'm pretty sure. Gotta go, Knight. Won't be off until midnight, so see ya. Hope you have luck, and rest. Have a good day. Alright, see ya, monkey. I didn't get a mount. Great. Oh, Evo messaged me. Mag time. You know what someone should do? Someone should, like... I'm sure someone already has done this. But, like, a lot of the, WoW cinematics... They're, like, captured on devices that are, like, really poor from the modern day. Well, not modern day. The day of old, you know? Someone should, like, record them and, like, post them in 2025, but, like, with, like, better, resolution, is what I'm saying. Because I go back to, you know, use those cinematics or whatever, and, like, a lot of them just, like, they're very blurry and they look wrong. I'm gonna sell some stuff real quick, because my bags are really full. Oh, wrong one. I will, like, again, I don't have an issue with this raid as much as other people are, because I think it's cool that we go back to, like, the Eye of Eternity, or we go back to the Wormrest Temple and fight Deathwing. Like, I don't know, I actually like that aspect of the raid. The problem that I think that the raid has is, like, it doesn't have as much fun with going back to these old zones. Like, they kind of just feel like they exist. Like, I feel like if you, okay, we need to go back to Dragonblight and fight off the old gods, then when you, like, you do, like, imagine, like, if we had, a quest line before doing the Hour of Twilight and, like, this raid. You go back to Dragonblight, it's like being attacked by old gods, Deathwing's there. Like, that could have been interesting. I think that would have added to the hype, rather than just, like, us going like, oh, we need to go back to Northrend for some reason? Because if you didn't read the books, you're gonna be very confused. Which was WoW's problem at the time. Pretty sure you can export the cinematics. I'm just saying, like, somebody should post them online so it's easier to grab. That's what I'm saying. Alright, let's kill the Spine of Deathwing. Oh. Alright, let's do the boring boss. I think that's the kind of the issue with I love the skybox, by the way. I think that's kind of the issue too with Dragon Soul, is like it's all over the place with its boss fights. Like, either the boss fights are really boring and like they reuse assets, or they their boss fights are just not fun, like this one, or Spine of Deathwing. Even Madness of Deathwing is kind of like a fight. It's very ad heavy. Very, I think that's like one of the things that this raid has a problem with the most, is it's very reliant on ads for most of its fights. Ugh. I'd say the trouble with Dragon Soul is that you spend 80% of it just standing there waiting instead of having fun in the old locals. Yeah. There's not a lot of, like... Again, I think the... Again, I feel like I'm gonna get... every time I open my mouth about Classic WoW, I feel like Classic WoW would be so much better if it was instead like, hey, so you know the Classic WoW story of like Cataclysm and you know, all the stuff that happens in it? Let's like fix it up and make it better.
Help soak.
Like Cataclysm, but like with Mista Pandaria's level of writing. And like the questing experience of Legion. I don't know, stuff like that. It's not what the classic audience wants though. They really don't want they don't want a more modernized version of WoW. They want classic WoW. The fudge? Do I need to attack her? Is that what it is? Okay. Now we need to do Madness of Deathwing, my favorite boss fight. Hi, Deathwing. I don't remember if they got rid of, the roll thing.
Roll incoming. Roll incoming.
I heard that they did, or they were going to.
Roll incoming. Roll incoming. Roll incoming.
Ugh,
Roll incoming.
I hate this.
Roll
Like my-
incoming.
Probably my least
Roll
favorite
incoming.
raid fight ever of all time.
Roll incoming.
Like, if we could just, I don't know,
Roll incoming.
remove
Roll incoming.
aspects of this raid.
Target change. Roll incoming. Roll
Where's
incoming.
your
Target
moon?
change. Roll incoming.
There we go. Like, it's just,
Roll
this
incoming.
fight fills me with dread and anxiety.
Roll
Like, I
incoming.
feel like I'm gonna die at any moment.
Roll incoming.
Did they make this easier, though? Because, like,
Roll
I feel like
incoming.
his whole explosion
Target
thing is happening
change.
a lot sooner.
Roll incoming.
Sorry if I'm not watching the chat. This is, like, the hardest
Roll
part.
incoming.
Oh yeah, they just, I think
Roll
they
incoming.
instantaneously give him a bloated elemental
Target
now.
change. Roll incoming.
Interesting. There we go. The worst fight in the entire raid. Whew! It really just, it makes me very anxious. Did I get a mount? No, I didn't. Funk. I wonder what the next after level 100 2.0 will be, level 101 or another level squish. I suspect another level squish. That just seems easier for them to do. I don't like it. I personally, I wonder if they're gonna do away with levels at some point. I know that's been something people talk about, but they also might not do that. People get angry when they remove that. Imagine if last Titan there was a defense of Valdrakken raid where you fight a Rotocron and you spend more time listening to Nozdormu talk than do anything with Valdrakken. Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if I was the one writing or revisiting Cataclysm Classic, for an example, right? Instead of just going it for 1-to-1 of what it was back in the day, I'd basically be like, hey guys, so Cataclysm, instead of writing and doing all the things that, like, we did in the original story, instead, we're going to tell the same story, but with new nuggets, and we're gonna make it better. I would do. Okay, we also need to talk about this real quick. The dragon aspects designs here, except for Calyx, are so much better than their modern ones in Dragonflight. I think Alexstrasza and her new model is the closest, probably, to being better in Dragonflight, except the fact that she lost her cool little necklace. But Nozdormu, major downgrade. Ysera, I prefer this one too. And then I think the only downgrade for Kalagos is that he lost his cool, like, wings connecting to his tail. That's like the only thing I don't like about the new model. Alright, Thrall. Let's take out Deathwing. Is Thrall still gonna Jesus it up? I think so. I don't think I would really change that much about Thrall and Cataclysm. Actually, the only thing I would really change is he does more. I think, so personally, Cataclysm should have been about Thrall. He's the main character still. But it also should have been about Malfurion being one of the main characters too. Also focus on Garrosh and Varian more. Sylvana, like basically just like all the stuff that Cataclysm started to do, and then just flesh it out a little bit more. Kalagos really needed the glow up, honestly. I'm happy to sacrifice the weird bat wings for what we got in Dragonflight. And that's like the only downgrade about Kalagos' model. Otherwise, it's fine. It's definitely an improvement. But I feel like Nosdormu and Ysera were fine here. I need to talk to you again, Thrall. I do love like how snarky Nosdormu is with these, or is like, although you may want to hurry. This fight isn't that bad.
Kill Big Ad. Defensive.
Not as bad as
Kill ads.
compared to Vine of Deathwing. This one's pretty easy. It's just hop around and kill tentacles. Which again, I feel like that adds to just how bad his final fight is. It should be way better. It should be way cooler. Oh, Deathwing. Calm down there, buddy. Look at that, though. Oh, man. He's so big and gross and gnarly. I love it. Like, this design for him... Peak design. No complaints. Bye, Deathwing. Turned into glitter. I miss him. Miss him already. Khono, hello, sir. Nice Cataclysm Classic stream. You wish this was Cataclysm Classic. We have just been doing mount farming. We have gotten no mounts so far. Warmer space, I think, right? Yeah. Okay, so we've done the Cataclysm raids. We've done Warlords raids. We haven't done any of the BFA raids yet, or the Legion ones yet. So we're gonna go do Nighthold, and then we're gonna do, we're gonna go kill Gul'dan. I think we can do the Gul'dan skip, thankfully. I think I have that on ban. But we're gonna go do, Nighthold, and, what's that one raid called? I never remember it. It's like most forgettable raid name. It's the Argus raid. And Taurus, yeah. I don't ever remember the name for the final Legion raid. Damn, we're gonna fight on that. Ysera, I think, has a better look in Dragonflight 2. I really appreciate the wooden parts. Poor Plankton, will you be doing a VTuber Shorts as Khono? Can I do Nighthold? We can do Nighthold together if you want to join. But I get the mounts. That's the deal, okay? You can have any transmog you want, but the mounts are mine. I can invite you to a call if you want, Boxman. We can yap together. We haven't yapped in forever. Is he gonna call me? He might call me. I'm waiting for him to call me. I'm gonna turn my Discord thing off. Yes, deal. Okay. He's gonna shock me with a call. Yep, there it is.
Khono.
Sup, Boxman?
How's
How do
the
you like
saga
the-
going, Ben? I mean, not Khono.
Oh wow, Evo's been doing a better job at calling me Khono than you.
The
now.
first
Oh.
thing, literally the first thing I did was call you bad by accident.
I can't believe you've done this.
Sorry, Khono.
Ban might take that, but I don't think I can.
No! Look, Khono. Let's have a peace
Can I
treaty
kill
here.
Box live?
Okay, Thomshire, he can
So-
do
so
that,
people-
but I have to get Iron Wrath episode 2.
the thing is, you're dooming me by saying that, because I'm the one that's in charge of writing it still. I promised Thomshire that I would write more of episode 2 after the stream.
I just want to say Thomshire is the man, the myth, the machinimator.
Damn, Chronos cross-streaming on Live Leak? What the heck is Live Leak?
We got 5 pages, Box, okay? I'm rubbing my hands together.
It's juicy. I'm not gonna spoil anything, because I don't really want to.
Look at that Gallywix on your load screen.
I was just talking about how it's crazy that a 15-year-old character is pretty much gonna be ending soon.
I'm gonna miss him if he dies.
I'm gonna
But
miss
like
him,
at the same time,
like,
it's just yeah.
it's
like
deserved, and like
yeah.
it's kind of like I'm honestly surprised he's lived this long to begin with. Like honestly, I feel like he could have easily have been a Battle for Azeroth villain.
I'll be honest, he could have easily been defeated in the Kata starting zone, and it would have been
that
fine.
Too. That too.
I like Gallywix as like a villain character. He's funny.
I am surprised by the amount of people who are like, why are we killing him? He's a horde leader. It's like, he hasn't been a horde leader for a while now.
Yeah, he did all his evil BFA shenanigans. Are we doing Mythic mode, man?
Yeah, Mythic.
Can I get it? It's not
Yeah,
gonna switch
right.
Mythic to itself. And sorry, I called you Ban again.
It's, you know, again, like I said, it's fine. So long as people understand to call me Khono. I mean, I honestly prefer Ban and Khono over Skull. There's still a few people who call me Skull, and they're the ones I'll probably be going after more.
Why is it every day, Khono, I message you saying evening, sir, at all hours of the day?
I was wondering about that. I don't really question it, but apparently you do it to a lot of people, so.
Oh yeah, I do it to Evo too.
Yeah, he said he was getting pretty miffed about that. But
I always get
VTuber,
lost in the Nighthold entrance trying to find it.
Yeah, me too. I was talking earlier about how I always get lost in Karazhan, and I was complaining about how like I'm not looking forward to doing Karazhan in the Burning Crusade one because I always get lost in it, and then like it literally just opens me up to the first boss, and that's the only one I need to kill, and I was like, oh, why am I complaining about this? It wasn't that bad. We've got no mounts so far. No mounts.
Well, I'm not here for the mounts. I'm here to fight my favorite villain of all time, Scorpion, at the beginning of the raid.
Oh yeah. I think I have the skip. We can skip to Gul'dan.
But then we don't get to fight Scorp. So what's going on here?
Well, I'm on a loading screen anyways.
So we'll fight Scorpion, then use the skip. Is that the plan?
I guess.
Okay, good. What would you do if...
What?
I have a theory, everybody. I did not see your Zul'jin, Thomshire, but I am going on Blue Sky to check it out. I'm also rubbing my hands together again.
I wonder what Zul'jin could be doing in Ironwrath.
Oh. Oh my god, that is based. Ooh. Yeah, that's how it should have went in Oh. Oh my god, I think I know what he's gonna be, and I'm not gonna say a word.
Whoa.
I know
I'm
exactly.
stuck on loading screen hell. This is...
God, that would have been so cool if that was like canon.
You guys want to support me and give me money so I can get a new computer, you know, that'd be great.
You know, Ban, ever since you became Khono, you've really sold out.
I do need the money. VTubing is expensive.
The model looks awesome.
Oh yeah, the artists did a great job.
Yeah, I thought we were at to fight Trilliax. I like fighting Trilliax some days. I'm just gonna go fight Scorpion.
Trilliax and its multi-personality. Do you want me to? Do you want to join me for the rest of the raids for the rest of the stream?
Sure.
We're gonna do
Do you have the Antoran
BFA?
Charhound?
No, I don't.
BFA would be fun. Can I
We're
take
gonna do-
Zanchui?
You can if you want. So we're gonna be doing Nighthold, then we're gonna doing Antorus, then we're gonna do obviously we actually I think does Argus we might as well do Argus just for the scythe because I don't have the scythe.
I like
also
Argus.
Agrimar for the sword.
Hey, Ban, I got Transmog I didn't have before.
Oh nice. Well, you're
Ban's a
getting
queen.
all you get all loot now. That's part of the reason why I'm also doing it. It's a nice little
I forgot about that. That was a good change.
transmog. That was a change that everyone's been asking for years, and they finally delivered. And that was a War Within change, for crying out loud. That's crazy. Or was that a
Dude,
Dragonflight thing? I think it was
Blizzard
War
putting
Within.
that Chen keg in made me so happy for box. Like it makes me so happy.
Oh man, Remix was a time, wasn't it?
Dude, it gave me so many mogs that I use on all my pandas.
I think back on Remix fondly, honestly. It was a good time. I'm glad we
Yeah,
got
it
to
was-
revisit Pandaria. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it again, but it should be WoD Remix, not Legion Remix. I think
I
Legion
agree
is
with
way
that.
too soon. It's
I
too
think
soon.
WoD would feel good, like if they did that trilogy.
Like, do WoD and then Legion, and I'd be happier. I need to find the entrance to this raid. This raid entrance is so confusing.
I always considered like Mop, WoD, and Legion like a trilogy, and then like BFA through Dragonflight kind of like a trilogy because it wraps.
I feel like you have to include Cataclysm,
Cataclysm's almost
like,
like a
for me, it's
transitional
like-
thing though. Like it's weird.
but like if you don't include Cataclysm, because like that is a direct like Mop is like a sequel to Cata, and then after
Yeah.
Mop it's like WoD and Legion. So you almost it's like what's the 4? It's like it's not a trilogy, but
Do you hear
it's
that?
like 4. I can't hear that. What is
That's
that?
my That is my rabbit.
I'm trying to figure out where the entrance is. This raid is so confusing. Based? What's based? Me and Box yap for so long that I have no idea what some of the words that I just say out of my mouth. Is it because I said WoD Remix?
WoD
You mean
remix would
WoD
be sick.
Remix? I want Rylic mounts, dude.
Dude, I would order a
Orc-
pizza
Orc
for.
Transmog. I feel like they also should use like again, like I was talking about this earlier, but like I really wish like WoW Classic and WoW Remix was like a way to like expand on the lore of those expansions, like not like remove anything, but just like make it better. Kind of like what they're doing with Season Discovery. What's this music? I think it's Wrath music right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's Dragonblight music. I'm excited for Last Titan. I think that's the most I'm excited for, going back to Northrend. Like, going back to Quel'Tha Lost, yeah, that's cool, but like... Northrend, though. Alright, I'm almost there, Boxman. I am happy people have been complimenting this model, though. I know some people have been like, you're not an orc anymore? But like, the main reason why I didn't do an orc was because my voice does not sound like something that should come out of an orc.
He does have some orc-like features, at least.
Yeah, I gave him the little tusk. And I gave him the band scar. I don't know what I like about scar and eyes, but they're just really cool.
I do like the band scar.
In fairness, Khono had the scar before Ban did. Kind of. Not really. It's just the same eye. It's a coincidence.
Wait, where did it
And-
spawn you into? Oh, because I killed
do you mean?
Scorpion. We put you over
I
here.
guess. I'm on the loading screen because
We can
my,
still use the skip ban.
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't get any loot.
Nice horde lightning bow.
Right? I think that was your suggestion that I should use it. I was like, you know what? You're right.
It just matches Skull so well.
Yeah. I can't wait to go back to Icecrown and everyone just sort of awkwardly sidestepping talking about the last time anyone was there. No one's gonna bring up Shadowlands.
Did you guys know that Ban the character stole Sylvanas' quiver?
I mean, what's she gonna do with it?
I don't know, use it.
That's kind of funny, actually. I don't think it's canon, but that would be funny.
The Night Spire.
You are not worthy to wield this quiver.
Garrosh. Thrall.
Oh.
SpongeBob.
I think I took the wrong portal. I think it's the Night Spire?
Yes.
There we go. Ah, yes, Elisande, my favorite returning character for Midnight.
Why did... okay, I'm gonna complain for a minute. She did not need to come back.
I like her voice actor and her design, so I'm cool with it.
Well, her design's good, but, like, her story just
So-
kind of ended good here. Like, it just... I don't know, that's just weird.
I don't know if her story ended good here. I don't know why she needed to die. You know what I mean? Because, like, she clearly was, like, doing this for her people. She wasn't, like, this selfish dictator that was, like, a Jara level of, like, I'm doing this for myself and only myself. No, she did it because she looked at all the other timelines and was like, no, the Legion win every time.
Well, but she's still kind of, like... treated
she's
her people
kinda-
bad, though. Like, she's still a tyrant.
Well, yeah, but, like... she still wanted to fight the Legion, though. She could have been an easy ally. And also, I think it would have been a little... again, this might be diversive or divisive, whatever. I think it would have been kind of cool if, like, Ellison was like, I'm gonna lead the Nightborn into the Alliance, and Thalrus was like, I'm gonna lead the Nightborn into the Horde. And he would have split the faction. That way, everyone would have gotten a Nightborn.
Looking
And
back,
the Alliance
that would have
gets
been
someone
better.
evilly. I just think it's more interesting because, like, Horde would get Thalrisra and the Alliance would get Elisande.
They so would have given us Elisande. Oh, wait, no, because she hates Tyrande, right?
Big ad.
Or Tyrande,
Phase
I
two.
forget. It's been a while.
I think Thalrisra would have just been better for Horde, you know? You
Yeah.
get the cool character. The Alliance... I mean, it's just more interesting if the Alliance gets someone
Watch your
who's, like...
step.
was an antagonist.
Big ad.
I mean, I
Phase
guess it wouldn't
3.
make much sense because she's kind of a worse version than Thalrisra, but, like... You know what I mean? Like, I would have altered it to make it make more sense. Basically have, like,
Watch your step.
Elisande interested. Tyrande would have beat her ass. I know, but, like, you know
Big
what I
ad.
mean? It just would have been interesting. I got... Okay, there's no mounts from her. I forgot. Alright, we go up here.
Or Ban.
I mean, Elisande's coming back. I mean, it's AU Elisande, so it's like an AU Gul'dan situation. So,
The
it's
font
not
of
our Elisande.
Remember when Gul'dan had a chair in this raid?
I think I took the wrong portal again.
You go to the Font of Night.
Yeah, I went the wrong one. Elisande would see the Night Warrior and fold immediately. I think my game crashed.
Time to fight Gul'dan, then.
You better not fight Gul'dan without me. I'll be very upset.
Have I ever done that to you, Ban?
You just did it with the Scorpion.
Oh. Heh.
I might have to relaunch my WoW. Oh, this is rough. My computer is, like, becoming more and more, like, scrapped. Where?
That's because,
It can't,
don't-
I'm worried it can't handle VTubing and WoW at the same time, which it was fine, though, a few times. I don't know. I did close the program. Get out of here. I want you to open up again. I think WoW being reliant on teleporters will always ruin my WoW experience. Like loading screens and all that. God, could you imagine my computer during a Shadowlands era right now? Because, like, it was so loading screen heavy.
Ooh, we get to run Sepulchre tonight.
We're not doing Sepulchre.
Why not?
We'll do Sanctum, but we're not doing Sepulchre. Because Sepulchre has, like, no good mounts.
Sure, you can get the Zoval mount.
Nobody wants the Zoval mount.
Bombshire does.
I'm sure it hasn't played WoW since, like, Legion. I think. It's either Legion or BFA.
Ooh, I want this Pandaria Deluxe thing.
I'll be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed that they didn't do the Shen set. I feel like they, like, backtracked because people weren't getting it.
Which one? The
Chen set. The literal, like, it was Chen
Oh,
set
it's
without
like
the
Sha.
Shagook.
You can't wear it without it? Without the Shaw stuff? Or is it like...
Well, like, it didn't have it before. Basically, it used to be a normal Chen set in the data files. And then they did the Shaw thing.
Cool
What
to
if you
have,
could
like,
ride
both
Zovol?
variants.
I hope they add both variants, but I'm kind of worried they're not doing that box. Like they're just doing the Shaw stuff, which I think is kind of eh. I don't really care about the Shaw stuff. Now, if it was without the Shaw stuff, I'd be down.
What if you could ride Zovol, Ben?
I'd ride him back into the Maw. I really want somebody in, it doesn't look like it will be, there's nothing really hinting towards that. See, that's what I'm worried about, like, I want them to add the Chen set back. At least give that as an option, cause, like, I'd use that on not Manikou. Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Maybe they'll add it to the Trading Post or MOP Remix if they bring that back again. I don't think we're getting MOP Remix again. Fascinating implications, riding him into the Maw. Not riding him that way. Goodness gracious. I would need to be... Okay, I don't even think I'd be drunk. I don't even think you could get me drunk enough to even consider with Zovol. That guy is ugly. He's not even, like, so ugly he's good. He's, like... He's just ugly.
Did you see the new Avatar series, Ben?
I heard about that one, like, months ago. I'm surprised it actually turned out to be true. I don't hate it. Some people are saying it's gonna be bad, but I don't think it's...
Avatar: The Last Cataclysm.
The only thing I don't like about it is what it, like, hints that Korra kind of became at the end. I hope that that's a lie. Like, people are lying about Korra.
Yeah, I hope that's not true.
Basically, for people, I mean, I don't want to say it's a spoiler, but, like, they already said it themselves. Basically, Korra is apparently responsible for causing a cataclysmic event, and both spirits and people are angry at the Avatar and see the Avatar not as a hero, but as a dark omen. I personally think that it's a lie. I think that Korra tried to prevent the cataclysm, and whatever, like, new higher power is probably like, look, the Avatar must be destroyed. Because I feel like that goes against everything that the Avatar is supposed to be. There's no way they would have Korra, you know, do that. Is it the Night Spire or the Fawn of Night box?
Fawn of Night.
Fawn of Night, okay. I hate how, like, it's not categorized correctly.
The Gul'dan.
Right, there we go. Hi, Gul'dan.
Room.
I like Gul'dan. We were talking about how good Gul'dan was earlier, too. He's a good villain. Really well designed.
Wait a minute, Gul'dan doesn't have work to do.
It is a shame he never had a chair, unlike Gallywix.
He had a chair.
Where is it?
Well,
I guess he had it in the movie.
I did like that.
Run out.
He does seem like a villain that would sit in a chair, though.
He does. Alright, now we gotta wait. I always love this part of the fight where it's like it opens like a little tear like this.
You can see Argus, the low-res
You can see-
Argus.
you could see I remember people were like, that's what Argus looks like. And then we saw Argus later on in Tomb, and like people were like, it's not the same planet. But it's clearly meant to be. I do like how we saw Argus a few times. Like throughout the expansion. Oh man.
Knocking back.
Legion
was
has
really
a lot
good.
of good, like, this is peak Legion in my opinion. Nighthold was the best part of Legion. Alright, did we get a mount?
No
I
mount.
guess we didn't. No mount. Alright, let's go do Antorus. Hi, Illidan. I remember when Illidan came back with the Glaives of Azzinoth, and I was like, oh, that's cool, so he's gonna wield the Glaives of Azzinoth, right? Nope.
He's like, I want cooler glaives.
And then these two never interact. Oh man, Legion ticks me off with how much it didn't have characters interact. Rhonda, say something to him. No, I'm not gonna. The Avatar is a dark omen, the setting that suffered 100 years of warfare specifically because the Avatar was not there. Yeah, see, like, it's like, I'm telling you, like, it has to be like they're lying about what the Avatar did. I don't think Korra actually did anything bad. And she tried to stop it. I feel like that would be going way too much into what people want Korra to become, because people are real haters of Korra, and I don't like that. I like Korra.
Man, you know, it would be cool. Those Shaw shoulder pads on my Orc Priest, and then have like one of the Corcoran ones.
Oh, maybe.
I'll have to test that out after, see how it looks.
Are the fiery glaives he has later not supposed to be glaives of Azzinoth? No. Not that I know of. To my I don't think they ever really go into detail about his new glaives, because it's just the, it's just those one glaives from the Mage Tower. I don't know why they never talk about it. I wonder if they're gonna give him new glaives, and they're just not gonna really, like, say and go into detail of, like, what the other glaives were. Or if they'll finally give them a name, and Illidan will be like, ah, yes, I forged these when I was in the Fellhammer, or something, you know. Blizzard-like. They don't really go into detail of Thrall's new axe, either. They're kind of just like, Thrall made this on his spare time. They need to give the Doomhammer back to Thrall, by the way. I know that's like a whole discussion, but... yeah. I'm headed over to Antorus now. Isn't there... I think I have another portal that I can take, right? Probably similar to the artifact weapons. If the players have them, lore characters can't. I mean, they kind of broke that rule of Xalatath, I guess. I don't know. I still think that, that rule is stupid. They should just give, lore characters the artifact weapons again. Like, the Ashbringer should go to Eretor. The Doomhammer should go back to Thrall. Trying to think of what other characters could wield what. That's the problem. You gotta come up with characters to wield them then.
What's up?
We're talking about giving lore characters artifact weapons again.
Well, yeah, absolutely. That ain't even
We're
a
just
question.
we're trying to come up with what characters should wield what. Obviously, Thrall should wield the Doomhammer again, but like, what other artifact weapons should go to who?
Xalatath the dagger should go to Xalatath. I'm
I
just
think it should
kidding.
go to Ridicron.
Yeah,
I think a
dude,
Ridicron should yoink that shit and use it to seal her back in it, and it's full circle. Because that's a fate worse than death for her. Think about it. That would piss her off. She'd be like, I'm sealed in this dagger again, and then a Ridicron's just like, yep. What are you gonna do about it? That would be the best. I really want that to be her ending. Like, not her dying or her being consumed by the void or dementious or something stupid like that. I just want her to be put back in the dagger again and Eroticon being like, well...
Do you think
like,
Eroticron is
her-
going to be toxic in the Last Titan, Dan? In a good way?
He needs to be. He needs to be. I want him to be such a... Well, like,
He was... Dude, he
it-
was awesome. I love Eroticron.
I'm really glad you turned around on him, because I remember at the start of Dragonflight, you're like, oh, he's okay, I guess. He's no Sarkareth, but he's okay. And then, like,
Said that about him.
Well, like, you weren't that hyped about him as I was. And then
But I never said he's okay, though. I liked Eroticron.
But, like, you liked Sarkareth more. You can't deny that.
Oh, I still like Sarkareth more. But, like...
Fallen Blade of the Fallen Prince to Darien? Yeah, I agree.
And
you already dual-wield swords, so you might as well give it to him.
I think we should have a discussion on Sarkareth coming back.
You think he's coming back?
No.
That man is in Revendreth 100%.
Yeah. I could see that.
I am headed to the end. Oh, you're already there. What the fudge? You're fast.
I don't mess around, Ban.
Sealed in a dagger and having to be roommates with N'Zoth would be so funny. I don't... I do hate this, but I do think they're just gonna be like, N'Zoth is dead. I don't like that. I really want them to, like, not do that, though. Although it would be cool if, like, Eroticron helps N'Zoth get out of the dagger, and then N'Zoth is just like, thanks, buddy, and then Eroticron's just like, alright, screw you. I want Eroticron to be as sassy as possible to all the cosmic forces. I want him to just be his own beast, where he's like, I'm not serving anyone, I'm serving myself, screw y'all. Because that's so much more interesting. I was talking the other day about someone who was like, I think Eroticron's just gonna be a pawn to Zaltath. I'm like, that's so boring.
I will never serve.
Well, that might work for him. The reason why it didn't work for Sylvanas is because she's literally like... Literally before the fight, she's like, so Vol will succeed. It's just like, girl... You are literally serving him by saying stuff like that.
And it's Zoval of all people.
I like how Anduin called her out first. He was just like, look at who you are working for. I feel like Bolvar stole Alt Timeline Blackhand's axe. Well, for starters, it's a mace, and for second... Oh.
You know, I gotta say, I really like this Let's Farm Some Mounts stream, but I think Ban's VOD of Khono's Scuffy debut stream was the best.
Oh, well, I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, I think that's a
Did
little
you
bit
watch
of a
that?
better video. No. Unfortunately not.
I was like, that'd be weird if you watched that, but...
I wish I could have been there for it, though, Ban.
It's okay, Box. You were busy at Home Depot.
I live at Home Depot.
Alright, I am in the Taurus, the Burning Throne, the best raid of the Burning Legion expansion.
Box just stole Fearlath from Varak. Yeah, your axe looks cool. No.
Yoink. Varak was a fun villain. I know that he has his problems, but like... I don't know, I like Varak.
Fearlath was so fun to use.
I will be honest with you, I know that Zalatath is probably going to be the last boss of either Midnight or Last Titan, but I absolutely would be down if
4, 3,
Eroticron is the last boss of Last Titan.
Moving.
I don't think it's... I honestly, I am very curious if Eroticron is going to be like our... This one 25-man or 10-man?
25.
Man.
No, it's on 25.
This is on 10 man.
Mine says 25. Yeah, I'm not even joking.
10 man.
It says 20 players.
I'll
yeah, I got we got 5 pieces of loot.
I heard pizzas of loot, and I want.
I
pizza.
wish.
We do have DiGiorno's pizza in the freezer. I'll probably have that after the stream.
I went to Taco Bell tonight for the first time in ages, and it was very good.
I love tacos and burritos. What'd you get? A burrito?
I got a steak burrito there. It was good.
I knew you would get a burrito. I knew you would.
Do you like this as Box's mount?
I don't hate it.
I only like it because of Shadow Pan of the like sabers, even though Box isn't a Shadow Pan.
I picture, I don't know, I think my favorite mount that you rode on his as his ground mount was the bear. I know it's like a bear riding a bear, but the PvP one.
Oh, that one was
one that
pretty
has
cool.
the horde stuff. Yeah, I like that one better. Where's Sargeras's dogs?
They always take a
Where they
second
at?
to There's
I
a lot
never
of bear
noticed,
mounts
like,
in this game.
I never noticed the little background of the demons running all over the place here. Oh, there he is.
Shadow on you.
You know what's funny? These things are like the size of like hamsters for Sargeras.
They really are.
Isn't that funny? Okay, so no mount, but we're gonna keep going so we can get maybe like the scythe or the
other mount.
Hopefully, I am a little scared about ENR though.
Do we have the skip?
Do we? I don't. Do you?
Nope.
I don't think I have the skip. Do I? Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I have the quest. If I have the quest, then that's confirmation. I don't see it. So we might actually have the skip, but how do we use the skip?
I think.
Because I've never used the skip.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is it the Warframe? No. Could they spawn, like, down here?
I just don't know where how we do the skip.
I think it just... Hold on.
Because I might actually have the skip, I've just never used it before.
I swear it's, like, down here.
But don't we need to do some of the bosses still?
I don't think so.
I'll find out.
Yeah, like Illidan and Prophet Velen. Does Prophet Velen have a quest for you?
No, I don't have any quests. I think I've already done it.
Oh, then I think we just click this. Yep,
Yeah,
we can go to the Burning
cool.
Fruit.
We can skip
Yay!
ENR! We can skip ENR! Oh my god! This is the best day of my life. I love you, ENR, but no. I actually had a dream where, like, the Titans were, like, getting killed by Eridicron. And, like, ENR was the first to go.
Man, I feel bad that we had to fight Tarneth here.
Poor Tarneth. I hate it took until Mr. Pandaria for Lorthmar to do something. That's how I think all the Blood Elf community felt, but at the same time, it was, like, the best thing they've ever done with his character.
Are you ready for the last Titan? Can we fight the Okay, so I've never fought in the like the things on top first before Viramothras.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it to it.
I've never seen if he has dialogue or anything if you do this.
I mean,
like
these are your favorite things because they're goth, giant, tall, dommy mommies. So
it's the best Legion characters. All right, we gotta move these.
Which way?
they are definitely armored.
Yeah, we just have to like taunt one away.
Run
Alright,
out.
hold on.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Pull the
Yeah.
Try and
killing
shelter.
Nora to pull the other one away.
Run away. Run away.
Sorry, Ban.
Run away. Watch wave. Run away.
We'll just DPS them down
Run
at
away.
this point.
Run away. Run away.
The hell was that? So if Burning Throne is blatantly modeled after the Halls of Valor, do you
Run
think
out.
that the World Core is going to look like it as well? Maybe.
Watch wave.
Honestly, considering everything we've learned, I'm pretty sure the Titans did exactly what Sargeras did to Argus, probably. They pretty much just terraform planets into Titans, and this is what it looks
4,
like. Just probably,
3,
you know,
Find shelter.
a little bit nicer
5,
looking, not
4,
as evil.
3, 2, 1.
Run to edge
Why
of
does
the
this boss
Knights.
fight suck?
Run away.
Really does.
Run away.
It's normally not this
Watch
bad.
wave.
Run away.
I think we have to split them up.
Run away. Run away. Run out.
But when I solo it, it doesn't do this either. Very peculiar. That is like an interesting thought, Sil. I actually like your thought process there. Ooh, I got booties. Booty, 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 booty. Or Veramothras.
Wait a minute.
Got caught for working for the jailer. And Sargeras
Ooh,
was like,
man,
screw
can I-
this guy.
Can I have those Death Knight shoulders if you don't need them?
Yeah, well, I don't, as long as I get the booties. I like these booties.
Got you, Ban.
Do you like me using the word booty?
Absolutely not.
Why, he is literally wearing like a gimp outfit. It's really uncomfortable. Like, I get it, he betrayed you or did a really bad job, Sargeras, but why are you dressing him up like this? It's giving me a little bit more questions than answers that I don't want.
Do you think Sargeras is hip and fit?
You? I think he's pretty slick.
Slick.
I think a Rudicron's cooler than him though. Okay, Box. If a Rudicron successfully kills the Titans permanently, that means he's done something that even Sargeras couldn't do.
The Titan.
See, that's what Azeroth is gonna look like, except she's more like... You know what I just realized? Azeroth's world core looks nothing like the colors we're used to for her. That's kind of sus. Because she's usually like blue and gold, right? But her world core is like purple and yellow. Kind of sus. Not gonna lie. All right, let's pray that I get the sword because I've never gotten the sword and I want the sword because it'd be cool.
Oh, you've got it, Ben. I got really lucky and got it during Legion.
All right. Oh,
You get it?
Didn't get shit.
I'm sorry, Bannerack.
All right, let's talk to Magni and let's go see the true villains for Last Titan. Isn't it kind of interesting, like, we go back to Legion and, like, everything is recontextualized now to, like, where we see these guys as more of a menace than our friends? I think that's fascinating.
Yeah.
What world still have you been looking at? It's pretty blatantly blue and orange to me. Hold on. Blue and orange?
Look, it's Captain Planet, Ben.
Hold on, I gotta look at Azeroth. Hold on. Alright, we're looking at Azeroth's world core. Am I colorblind? I hope I'm not colorblind. Maybe I'm just forgetful.
I like how the Titans literally just sit on, like, floating chairs.
Okay, it's like orange and pink and gold. It's like gold, pink, and there's a little bit of blue.
On the planets?
The world core. You know,
Where is
like what she looks like in the cinematic when
Oh,
Thrall is
yeah.
like, "But someone," you know.
Isn't it kind of creepy that those clouds are like Sargeras over there?
Yeah. I love that though. I love that detail. Looks like a fart though. Not gonna lie.
Kind of
a really
does.
gross fart. I'm gonna fart all over you, Azeroth. Please don't.
You ready to fight Jargus?
I hate how, he's got the Xalatath feet. Alright,
get it,
let's see
Ban?
what we got here. I got, a Shaman Helm and, a Khadgar, or, cosplay chest.
Well, we
Okay,
did
let's
good,
go do
man.
BFA. Let's go do BFA raids. You know what? I'm gonna say something that might be a take. I mean, Legion still has the best endgame cinematic of all time, but Battle for Dazar'alor was a better raid than this raid.
I'd agree with that.
All right, Box, you're based. I can't wait for Sargeras to defeat Dementius in his ultimate redemption using his patented poo gas form attack. That's a sentence.
Plankton still.
Poor Plankton, indeed.
Are you ready, Ban?
I'm
To
on a
run
loading
more
screen, my
raids?
dude. Okay,
I'm already
so
there.
for
We're doing
BFA... Yeah, we'll do Mythic. Like I said, I'm on a loading screen. It's gonna be a minute.
The hour of justice is at hand. Dun, 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 dun.
Was that a Tyrion?
Yes.
That's cool. Waiting on a loading screen. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. Can't wait till I can get a new PC and then, you know, not deal with this. Dementius rocks up in midnight. Final cinematic goes, wait, what's that smell? And then Sargeras emerges from his flatulence form and puts him in a headlock. All I think of when people go, wait, what's that smell? And I think of the Warcraft 3 Wolf Rider going, oh, bad.
Oh my god, I forgot about that guy.
You know he's actually in he's in Razor Hill and he does the exact quote from it. Wait,
Oh, I
what's that
know.
smell?
Oh, bad.
Right, I'm headed over to the Battle for
Good ol'-
Dazar'alor was probably peak BFA. What is it with, like, I feel like mid-tier raids have just kind of been, like,
The peak.
really
Yup.
good. And then, like,
Right
the
there.
end raids have been kind of just, eh. Like, I loved, Aberrus more than Amidrosel. Although Amidrosel was fine, it wasn't a bad raid. But, like, Battle for Dazar'alor was leagues better than, both, the Ajara raid and, Black Empire.
Hi, Warlord Chromosh.
Guys, wanna simp.
I always thought he died in Kata.
Really? What made you think
Yeah.
that?
At the end of the dungeon when he's poisoned.
What dungeon? Oh,
Uh,
right. In Silverpine? But he's in Hellsbred afterwards.
Don't worry about that, man.
Damn, Box. Alright, I actually might turn the music on from the WoW raid just because it's so good. Give me a second, friends. Turning off the Grizzly Hills music. Because this raid, oh man, this raid is so good. I honestly am a little upset that they were like, alright, we're done with the Alliance and Horde faction war stuff, let's focus on, Ajara and then the Old Gods. Like, BFA honestly could have been so good if it just, like, divided its content up.
That ban. I always like that you
Hell
fight
yeah.
Dark Irons at the beginning of this raid.
What happened to the Orc? You already know what happened to the Orc. He's right here.
Don't the Alliance fight the Magar orcs at the start?
Yeah.
I've never done the Alliance version.
I don't think I did either. In a minute. I know I did some Alliance stuff. Oh, that's rude. Faction War is smelly like box mist? That's kind of rude.
Damn! Not wrong, though.
I mean, if BFA was supposed to be the end of the Faction War, it should have focused on it more. Well, now we gotta wait a year for Nathanos to do his speech. Hey, look at Rokon in his new drip. I love it.
He looks,
He
so
looks
good.
so good. Right? On someday. I like Rastakhan. He's a good guy. Although his neck has to hurt like hell. Thanos. Thanos, I need you to do your thing, friend.
I love the skybox in this raid.
Right? It's so cool. I think it's Nazmir's skybox. Around Bwansamdi's temple. This took like for a year to do this. God, Rokon looks so cool. I love him. I'm happy that he got like something.
Nathanos is such a dick.
Yeah, I don't like Nathanos.
I'm kind of glad he never came back, to be honest.
Oh god. I remember when like people were like, oh, he's gonna come back as a raid boss in Shadowlands, and I was just like, no, please don't. Alright, time to fight the giant gorilla.
I forgot how much like screen time Mechatork gets here.
Oh yeah, Mechatork got a lot, surprisingly. I like how Bwansamdi's just like, hey, let me go ahead and revive this guy so he's a raid boss for the Alliance.
He looks very cool too.
You can tame him as a hunter now. Both versions. Oh. Kill this guy. We still in combat? Let me try this. Aha!
Rip.
Oh. One's crown constantly breaks one of his vertebrae with sheer weight, but he regenerates it immediately. I like that headcanon. Oh man, it's so weird, because like this is around the time that Jaina was like our enemy. She's like a completely different character now. I kind of like it though. I prefer it when Jaina's more like buddy-buddy with the Horde. I never really liked like the whole like, let's make her more antagonistic to the Horde.
Yo, I always hate this version of Jaina when she's like that.
Well, that's why I like BFA so much, because it finally was like, alright, let's end that for her. Let's have her be friends with Thrall and Bane and Sarfang and all of that again. I will always say though, I really wish her and Rexar got to talk though. Like in Razor Hill, that would have been great.
This is like the biggest Alliance versus Horde raid in the game.
It is. They went full out with it too. Oh, it's your
It's
favorite
very-
character.
It's a very dark moment in the lore.
Yeah. But it is like everyone's like, I think this is a lot of people's favorite raid in the game still too. There he is.
My boy.
Attack bomb.
My god, some of those lines for the machinima.
I don't know why you're like, let's go ahead and make this guy a character for Bane and Box to fight, but hey.
It worked out.
I do remember our early stages of writing. We almost had Mansroy as a character in the Maw for some reason.
That would have
They
been
would-
funny.
Oh yeah, we gotta go through the door. I'm kind of glad we didn't though. We had enough of Mansroy. Like he wasn't really like, he didn't overstay his welcome. He kind of existed and then he died. Again. He's kind of like one of those characters where it's like, we had fun with him, but he didn't really matter, and it's okay.
It caused trauma for Box.
Well, like, you know what I mean, like matter, like lore-wise for like.
Oh,
WoW.
in the like actual
For
lore.
us, he mattered a little bit more. Rip Rosticon. Alright, you ready to be Alliance? I'm ready to be a dwarf for a minute.
I'm ready to be a Tashui panda.
They got rid of Box's drip.
I look ugly now.
We both look ugly now, dude. I want to play Rivals, but I can't pick the thing till he becomes not new.
But I feel like Gen Greymane was the dick here.
He probably was. I still stand by the fact that canonically it should be Gen Greymane who killed Rosticon, not Jaina.
They did say it was Jaina.
Yeah. It makes no sense though, because she's not even in the room when he dies. But Gen is. So out of all of the, like, I feel like that's something that, like, should be a lore point. Like, it's like, Gen basically blames it on Jaina. That would have been so much more interesting, because it's an internal conflict, and then it would, like, lead to, like, Talanji wanting to war with the Greymanes and, like, the Worgen and Gilneas. Alright, let's say hi to Gallywix. This is great, because we get to see him.
We did not know it, but those Alliance spies must have snuck into the temple before. But we, Zandalari, guard our treasures well.
We've already scouted these halls and disarmed the Zandalari defenses. Our way in should be clear.
I like how Gallywix is just in the back there. Oh, my inventory is full.
Something so glorious. It's true what Sylvanas says. You Alliance goons ain't got no souls.
We're entering
miss
the heart
Gallywix.
of the Zara lore. Expect fierce resistance from the Zandalari.
It's crazy we were
Wise
fighting
to set
alongside
some
him in this
traps to
raid.
cover our flank. Keep going.
Technically,
I'll
we're
catch
fighting
up.
against him right now.
The Soulless Alliance desecrated our holy place. They scoffed at the Loa. All they wanted was blood and gold.
Like I said, I gotta sell stuff real quick.
I got you, man.
Wait, who's this weird blue panda, and why does he have Boxus's famed canonical weapon, Feralath? We actually, like, Box and I are still writing it up, obviously, but we are finding a way for Box to wield that cool little weapon in our own way.
At least look-wise.
Look-wise, yeah.
I have many lucky doos you like.
I love the music in this raid.
Kinda messed up the Alliance were literally in here while we were out there.
I heard the cash register sound effect when I saw him wield it.
Oh no, that's Blue X Thunder for sure.
Yeah. I mean, who else would it be?
Evo the Tusker.
I guess that's true.
Ben, can I get a good E?
Good fortune to our friends.
Ben, can I get
Alright,
that
I'm
mount
coming back
drops?
in.
I'm taking it, box.
That's mine. I mean, at this point, if it drops, we'll roll for it. Ew, alliance music.
Ew, dwarf
Well,
banner.
I'm heading to bed. Got work in the morning. Alright, see ya, Blue. Have a good, sleep. And work.
Later, Blue.
I got toes on me.
I need a target. I need a target.
Alright, Box, let's get these guys. I want these guys' helm available. They're really cool.
More play for the pack!
I join.
This storm.
Those guys got roided.
I got a pet.
Got some cool transport.
Poor Kragwa.
Hey, he's fine.
I always think of those frogs from that Twitter video.
Ah, good one. I like that one. It is funny, like, seeing you run around right now, in your, Alliance getup, and then you just have the Hwaujin tabard on.
It's very cursed.
And then this dwarf guy, does he have the Hwaujin? No,
Wait a minute, all Rostakon had to do was turn off this elevator.
Yeah? See, that actually would be a fun little mechanic of, like, you have to, like, rewire an elevator that's to the boss to, like, get it to activate. That'd be an interesting little subplot. I want the shoulders and help of that council boss so much, right? Fox, why are you getting off the elevator?
What? Oh, fuck. No. Luckily it's so slow I'll be able to make it in time.
Oh!
God damn it.
Fox, why did you get off of it?
I thought we were up top.
No, it didn't move yet. Oh, I'll clear the trash while you're...
The throne room lies ahead.
Yeah.
We have struck a decisive blow against the Zandalari. Let us hope their king chooses to surrender and spare his people further harm.
I hate how they frame this like, oh, Rastakhan just needs to surrender, and then everything will be all okay. And this is like, come into his city and kill a bunch of people, and you expect him to surrender his land and, like, sell out the Horde. Like, no way this is gonna work.
I need a target.
I do sometimes, not even sometimes. I straight up think Alex S. Reality was Alliance AMD on the writing team.
But yeah, this is probably my last raid for the night.
Alright. Was there? I think I was gonna do Sanctum, maybe, and that was it. So I'll be
Like
ending a bit
hungry
after
predators,
this.
the Alliance monsters closed in on their prey. The Heartless Alliance stormed the throne room. Our noble king defied them to the very end.
King Rastakhan of Zandalar, I order you to submit. You will bow before your
I always
new
thought this guy was
master,
cool.
King Anduin Rin, and you will deliver your daughter to us as a hostage.
Darkspear?
You,
Yeah.
an exile without a homeland. You dare invade this
And him, too.
sacred
The
halls
animosity between
and
Rastakhan and
demand
Gen
that
here
I
would have
turn
been
my kingdom
perfect.
over to you. The Zandalari built an empire that would endure for over 10,000 years.
Is this actually what
while
happened?
your barbaric
Or is it like
No, this is the Horde point of view.
scaffold in the dead. We
The Alliance one is
conquered
the
this world.
canonical one,
We
sadly.
brought it glory.
What's the
You
Alliance
Rastakhan still
one?
says the same thing, no matter what.
merely the latest in a long line of savages seeking to undermine our greatness. No, I will not surrender.
I love this
Because no
speech.
matter what happens here today,
They gave
Zandalar
Rastakhan
will
a good
stand
send-off.
long after your alliance
Yeah.
has crumbled to dust. But if you are so eager
I do
to
think what
meet
they should have
on
done
Samedi,
is
then
Rastakhan
step
would be the final
forward.
raid boss for Alliance, and then
lower
Jaina would be
of
the final
death
boss for Horde. That's how I would have framed it.
Zandalar!
Not Jaina being the final boss each time, you know?
So be it. Heroes of the
I think that,
Alliance,
yeah.
strike him down. No mercy for this savage.
Yeah, I think the stuff with Gen, like, should have been canon.
What does it say in the Alliance version?
Probably nice, far more like, very well, we will put you down or something, you know, like, I don't know. Completely.
You do not face me alone, invader! Stand before the finest defenders of Zuldazar! My loyal subjects! One Samedi, the Alliance invaders have my daughter.
The rest, you know.
Rest in
King
peace, Rastakhan.
Rastakhan was a hero for his people. I will do anything to
Okay.
avenge him.
Oh no, we're at the Gallywix part.
We are. Or the Mechatork part, technically. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Who's that guy? Oh, it's Thanos. Frickin' nerd. I hate how much they used him in BFA. They used way too much. He's supposed to be in Darkshore right now, Box.
See, that would make more sense, not this.
Yeah, and it should have been Rexar who was in his place. I'll always say that. I know it's, you know, me, but come on. He's like the perfect guy to defend and attack from the Kultirans.
Even Solanas would have been cool.
Get to the harbor!
Yeah?
I've got you covered!
I don't know if it would have made sense, but...
It would have made the Solanas.
There he is!
Going anywhere.
Great Prince Gallywix.
Slap on all the gold and glitter you want! Your inventions are still cut-rate trash!
You think you're better than me? You think you're better than me? Let's go, Tinker Boy!
Where'd he go? Where'd
Blew
Gallywix
up.
go? Let's go, Tinker Boy, and this gets
Pinnacle
eaten.
of gnomish technology! Allow me to introduce a
Phase
let's put
change.
that bored intellect Gallywix brags about
4,
to the test. I
3,
know how fond
2,
you are of
1.
spears and battle axes, but surely
Target you.
recognize superior
Watch your
technology
step.
when you see it.
2, 1.
Get ready for a
Target you.
shocking twist. Let's see how you
This fight used to be
Move
such a
to
pain.
circle.
I do remember that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Target you. Watch your step.
4, 3, 2,
Get ready for a shocking
Target on you. Looking back.
I wish
Watch
BFA
your
actually
step.
considered the logistics of war instead of just letting people teleport everywhere.
Move to circle.
What do you mean by that? You mean like people like dying?
Phase change.
I don't know if I really wanted Mechatork to die, though.
by the second. Systems compromised. Get me out of here.
You think Gallywix gets an escape pod,
What the?
in his new mech?
I wanna know two things.
Nope.
First, how
That'd be
could
funny
you
if he
let
just didn't
that
build one like
pipsqueak get away?
Mechatork did.
And second, why don't I have an escape pod?
Enough! That's one Alliance hero down. But I want your blades soaked in Proudmoore blood.
I do like Gallywix's mech.
His new one or this one?
This one.
I think I like his new one better, but this one definitely
Hold this
suits him
ground,
too.
7th Legion. We need to get our ships away.
There is
Leaving
something
so
like,
soon, Shaw.
like I said,
Oh,
sad
what a
about the fact that
pity.
Gallywix is gonna
I've
be
got
gone.
an arrow with your
soon.
name carved into it.
He's just a funny villain.
We'll cross paths.
He's not like,
Caller.
yeah,
I'll
he's
see
not like
you
a
there
serious
in
villain.
chains before this war ends, I promise you.
I need this blockade broken and these docks secured.
You should have never challenged the might of Kultiris, horde scum!
We're not here to taunt them. Focus on the ritual. We must
That
ensure
voice
all our
actress.
people make it out.
Who is that?
will.
Is that Talia?
I can't enjoy myself.
Or Caitlyn
while
from
doing it.
Put a stop
Arcane.
to whatever ritual those cultists
Oh, I think
are
you're right.
attempting.
It could be the same
Lathering
voice
racket.
actress.
I'll take right, you
I'm
take
tempted
left.
to look that up. Alright, I'll go this way. Let's get him box. Ready to fight Jaina a bit.
You
Always.
must be taught a lesson.
I remember when Sister Catherine was data mined, I thought it was Jaina's mom.
That would have been dark.
Yeah. No, I mean keeping characters confined to specific conflicts like Thanos and Darkshore. Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah. Okay, I was just making sure because we were talking about Mechatork, and I wasn't sure if you meant like you wanted Mechatork
Princess
to die.
Telangi, the Alliance be using their sea priest Mojo
I
against
love
us.
Rokon and Talanji's friendship.
butchers
It's
are
something I want
getting
them to
away.
tackle more.
Helm, bring us to the docks. By the Loa, what has happened here?
Yeah,
The
if there's like a
Alliance
lot of things I
invaded
would have
our city
rewritten about
and killed
BFA,
our
it was
king.
with how much they
The
used the
wounded need
Thanos.
my
He was
aid,
used way
Captain.
too
Take
excessively,
these horde
all over
champions
the
and
place.
pursue the murderers. Bring
I
me
know
the
some
head
people who
of
like him
Jaina
because he's a
Proudmoore.
jerk,
It will be so, princess.
but that's not a
Heroes,
reason to
aboard!
like a character only. He needs to have more than just being a jerk, you know? Like, I think that he, like, one of the things I said is he should be a jerk towards people who are loyal to Sarfang, but he should be friendly to people who are Sylvanas loyalists. Because that would make sense. That way you have a reason why he doesn't like you, and he shows a softer side to people who are just like him.
Feel bad for these innocent Zandalari deckhands.
I feel bad that they look this way.
The low res.
Why do they look like pirates? Like, these are the only NPCs that look like this in Zandalar box.
Hands on deck. Time to make the daughter
Who
of
won the
sea
Battle of Dazara lore
pay for
lore-wise?
trespassing in our
No
waters.
one?
Consider this your only warning. Turn your vessel back
I
to
guess
port
the Alliance
and look after
technically,
your
but
dead, or you will soon join them.
I have heard of you, Jaina Proudmore. The little girl who betrayed her father and lost her brother to war. Failure is your family legacy.
If you know so much about me, Captain, then you would have been wise to run while you still
All
had
right,
the
let's
chance.
fight her.
You will pay for your crimes.
For the Alliance!
Phase change.
Hard vessels on the horizon. You have nowhere left to run.
I will say, fighting Jaina was a
Think
cool
I've been
idea.
Running, Captain?
It
Like,
was
not
actually
killing her,
really
obviously.
fun.
Like, the thing is that we never see her go out like this ever again,
I lured
though.
you into open waters because out here you have
Like,
no hope of escape.
I really want to see Jaina go all out again. Like, maybe for the sake of, like, Thrall or Anduin or something. Because she is
You could do this in
overpowered as shit.
Shadowland.
I guess she kind of did. I can't see shit.
Do we have to destroy the barrel?
You have to destroy the mirror images.
I see, yeah.
Phase 2.
It's time we
Fate
I
phase
will
change.
freeze you where you stand.
Is it the ice phase? That's the ice phase. Run box!
What are you waiting for? Finish her!
Run out. Interrupt 1.
I feel like I'm always biased to BFA. It was just I had a good time in this expansion. Like, it has its
Phase 3.
problems. Not saying it doesn't.
No, it can't end like this.
Like, I remember, like, when we finished this raid, I was like, huh, I wonder where we're gonna go next.
Proudmore
You did
managed
good,
to
man.
escape with her wretched life. The war chief
Alright.
will not be pleased.
No mount.
Still,
No mount
you
for me
made the
either.
Alliance bleed. Gather your strength, heroes. There will be more
But we did
fighting
good,
to
man.
come.
Yeah, we did it.
Do not test me.
Yeah, like, he definitely should have been more friendly to the Forsaken since they are her people. I'm saying that he should be more friendly to not just Forsaken, but just loyalists. Like, if you decided to be a loyalist to, Sylvanas, then it just makes sense to me that he'd be like, yeah, you're like me. I can trust you.
Man, I'm gonna head out, I think, for the night.
Alright.
Have a nice night,
box.
Khono stream. Bye.
Alright. There goes a legend. We are going to do, one more raid. We're gonna do, my most favorite raid of all time, Sanctum of Domination. A Shadowlands raid. We're gonna try and get the Dragonhawk mount, and, yeah.
Nelly deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
So yeah, not a lot left to do, but that's what we'll do to cap things off. And then on Monday, next Monday obviously, I will probably do the Goblin leveling stream. So let's go to the Shadowlands, our favorite place. I did want to say something though, because of the amount of viewers we have. I have been very you mean you stole her quiver and now you're after her Dragonhawk too? Yes, exactly. I want to thank everyone for the support that these streams have gotten. I've definitely noticed a significant amount of number of people are watching a lot higher than what I normally get. So appreciate the support. Turn the Grizzly Hills music back on. I don't have to hit the alt key anymore, I just realized, because I'm not on a call with Box anymore. I do wonder, you know, because midnight, obviously, we're going to be going to Quel'Thalas. I'm curious what the Dragonhawk mounts are going to look like, because right now, the Sylvanas Dragonhawk is the only Dragonhawk that's more up-to-date. Or modernized, I should say. We're going to do my favorite. Okay. Obviously, I am joking a lot about it being my favorite raid. It's got a lot of problems with it, but Sanctum of Domination is probably my favorite raid of Shadowlands. It's not going a lot. It's not saying a lot, but you know. Love I think this is Storm Peaks music or Tonka music. I am always I think most people would say Castle Nathria was their favorite. Castle Nathria was fine. I don't know. I think it was too much of the same location, which makes sense because it is like it's the castle of Revendreth. But probably my second favorite raid. I mean, there's only 3 raids. It's Nathria, Sanctum, and what's it called? Sepulcher. We're not doing that raid, by the way. I refuse to do that raid. Sepulcher can suck an egg. Man, I hope the Dragonhawk and Hawkstriders look sick in Midnight. Oh, hell yeah. I like the Mogs in Castle Nathria, but then again, I am comparing a set after the fact. See, the Transmog in Shadowlands was actually pretty fire. There's a few things in Shadowlands I actually do like, but, what's that? Stygius Arch. I thought that was like a dog for a second. I don't know why. Yeah, the armor in Shadowlands is cool. I mean, I'm literally wearing it on band to this day still.
Our enemies amass
5
outside
years later.
Helgard Keep.
As time quickly progresses more and more, Shadowlands is going further and further away from us. Which is a good thing, but it's weird because Shadowlands is technically a quote-unquote modern WoW expansion. Because it was only 2 expansions ago. Soon it'll be 3. I love how this guy who wields Thrall's axe is still just here. Wielding Thrall's axe. Just funny to me. I do wonder how many people, because I have met a few people, right, who will basically go on about how they actually like Shadowlands. I'm very curious, because everyone, you know, every now and then you do have people who are like, this expansion wasn't that bad. Years later, like Warlords of Draenor, Battle for Azeroth, etc., etc. I don't think we're going to get that much vocal support for Shadowlands. I need to make sure this is set on Mythic too, by the way.
The Jailer's sanctum looms above us. How do we breach it?
The Taragru blocks
You like
our
Sanctum of
way.
Domination band because Thrall has a
Champions,
vocal
it is time for the
role in it.
Jailer's
You know
pet
what?
to
Fair.
meet its end.
Maybe I do.
Our enemies amass outside Helgard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
Alright. Let me set this on Mythic. I mean, Shadowlands was fine. It pushed me to do older content for mounts instead. Well, there's that, I guess. I'll bear the weight of that cross alone if I must. I will raise my blade in service of Shadowlands, for if not I, then perhaps someone with worse opinions might.
This position.
The Jailer's sanctum looms above
You know what?
us.
Fair,
How
I guess?
do we breach it?
The Taragru blocks our way. Champions, it is time for the Jailer's pet to meet its end.
If the alternate timeline Shetrith raid happened, what would be a boss?
You'll need their power to face
Probably
the
a corrupted Naru, I assume? I don't know. That's the tough bit. I'm not really sure what would be the raid bosses of Shetrith. I think Sokrathar, probably, right? So Sokrathar, Naru, probably. I heard Grom was supposed to be actually a boss in the Shetrith raid because that's how you would get the, that's how you would get Gorhau. The weight of such a burden, it must be mine, for there is no other. Syl, you hold a great destiny in your hands, sister. Oh no. What have they done to you? The dragon's flame sealed my fate. The land of the living no longer can comfort me. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 I wonder how long this is gonna take us. I mean, it is the final raid, but... Do I have the skip? I think I do. Yeah, I have the skip. In here. Or is that only for normal? Hold on. I'm curious now. Get domination. I think that's only for normal. Vulgus. Alright, I guess we gotta progress the whole raid then, I guess. Maybe? Yeah, I think we have to progress the whole raid. That's rough, buddy. Oh no, a chance of 2 mounts? How horrible. Who would do such a thing?
We could use your expertise.
I mean, we are going for 2 mounts, so this is cool.
Of course, High Lord.
But I could skip.
The Terragru's essence is still tethered to its master. We can use that connection to open the way into the fortress above.
The jailer will unleash all his fury upon us. We must not falter.
Ebonblade, secure the portal. We will draw their main forces to us.
If I can just run past these
Find
guys.
a way to thwart the jailer's
Hey! I was curious if I could just run past some of these guys. Let's do it. I'll probably feign death too. Also that. We're gonna do the Eye of the Jailer, my favorite villain of Shadowlands, who prevented us from riding on mounts. What a jerk. Plug in my headset. So I actually charged my headset, and it didn't actually charge anything last night. So I actually had to charge my headset before stream, so that was fun. Now I gotta charge my headset right now, because, yeah. I actually have like a long list of questions for the Primus, so... Why did he make this like prison so big for one guy? Because I know it started out only as a prison for Zovol, and then, you know, Revendreth started throwing more people in here because they were like, well, turns out there's some pretty bad, awful people in the world. I do kind of find it funny that now Revendreth has become, basically the new Maw, essentially. Like, oh, well, no one goes to the Maw now, but, you all have to go to Revendreth now instead. So, the worst of the worst lowlives have to go to Revendreth, no matter what. Just got hyper-fixated, I guess. Alright. Odin's Eyeball. Let's go. No, don't tell me I have to go kill these guys too. Really? Man, the jailer sucks.
It's too far away.
Hooray! We did it! Now the jailer is mad at us.
You are not ready to face me.
It's so weird hearing Khadgar's voice. I'm surprised we never got to see Blade Master Samuro. That's true, we never did get to see Samuro. Hopefully we'll see him someday. So I was wondering why they got this my guy in Ben 10 to do the dialogue for a boss in Super Hell Raid. They really like their iPhones. I see what you did there. I always like how he had little baby eyes, but like, what were the baby eyes made out of? Was like, because like Odin's eye is not that big, right? So like, how did it get this big? And then he just like divided up a lot. Hooray! We did it. Now we get to go fight the 9, who can maybe give us an amount.
It's too far.
I hope they add Samuro in WoW someday. I don't know if they're going to, though. He's, like, pretty old. Lore-wise. He's an old man in Warcraft 3. Move around these guys and ignore them. Ignore me! Yay, they did! Now we got Dalaran music, that's kind of funny. RRP Dalaran. Zavol getting bored while Sylvanas lectures Anduin, so he starts writing eye puns, a sticky note like, haha, I think Bolvar's friends will appreciate these. Well, I mean, so it's Khadgar's voice, right? And Odin. And Odin's kind of like Odin's kind of boring. So it had to have been Zavol, you're probably right. Hi, Sylvanas. What's up, girl?
Fools! You fight a battle you cannot win.
We will stop you, Sylvanas!
For Dragon, a fallen king without a throne. You will answer for your defiance.
Did she just do a flip and then fire an arrow?
Valkyria, you are bound to me. Strike down my foes.
As you
An air balloon
command,
Sylvanas. Fight him! She was so extra for that. It's like Piccolo when he fights the androids.
Strike
You just backflip. Yeah, pretty cool, right? You can fly.
My voice will
Santa's Chambers testing his comedy on the legions of Mossworn. Hecklers get 2,000 years in the spike pit. Part of me, like, I think Zavol would be way more appealing if he was just a funny guy. Like, the absurdity levels of, like, we're supposed to take him seriously. I really wish, like, he just realized, like, how goofy he was. Like, he could still be a menace, but, like, I don't know. Ooh, what did I get? I got Kyra's Protectors. I already have the... Oh, okay, I got that. Alright, neat. Go to the elevator. Oh no, I missed it! No! Okay, we'll go to this elevator then. Elevator boss, let's go! Alright, this isn't too bad. Alright, so we gotta do... Oh, the one that's gonna be a pain in the butt is, Fate Scribe. This guy's gonna be a pain in the butt. Because I always struggled with him. We basically gotta nuke him down. Yeah.
Knights, secure the chamber.
You can hear... I love how you can hear the distant Garrosh.
Is being harvested on this floor. Release these souls, champions. Deprive our enemy of his greatest resource.
Like, I love how you can hear Garrosh from here. Oh, man. R.I.P. Gary. Get some... Why is it on War? I was wondering why it was only on Warrior. You can... I feel like it kind of spoils it. Like, you can hear... You can kind of see Garrosh from here. Barely. Yeah, you can click on him. That's definitely Garrosh, yep. I mean, we already knew that. We already knew that. You know what? Maybe Zoval just, like, he tested his jokes on Garrosh. Not the jailer, and not that coward thrall. Like, he's talking about Zoval's jokes this whole time. We can do Garrosh first. The right way? Yeah, it is. In the background, you hear Mossworn, Murrius. Do you think the Maw Walkers are getting the generic evil villain bit? I worry they're taking it too serious.
Your rage is exquisite in the stream. It alone will power our soul forges for eons. Release me, and I will show you true rage.
Alright, hi Gary. I like how he's still red to us. He's not like yellow or neutral. Like he is still like he is not.
Excellent. Such
It's a little sad that he's gone, but I mean, where else could he go? This guy is not. Like, a part of it is kind of sad that, like, he basically was like, I refuse to change. I'm never going to change. I'm an awful person, and I'm okay with that. But, like, it's one of those things where it's like, and if you did change, you'd actually be a pretty alright guy, maybe, but, you know, this is what you choose to be, so rip you, I guess. Inside you, there are two people. One person who's like, that Garrosh guy was pretty alright. The other one's like, no, he wasn't. He was a problem. Alright. Here we go. I was going the right way. Poor Nerzul. I feel more bad for Nerzul than Garrosh here. Probably turn the sound off. I just realized that. I only had the sound on because I wanted to hear Battle for Azeroth stuff. Man, alien stuff is loud. Oh, hi, Moxie. We have a cat on our desk. Hello, guy. What are you doing? In the Painsmith, and then we got the other guys. Yeah? You like chewing on my coat? I gotta say, I hate the Nerzul design they went from for the raid, though. Imagine if it was the OG Lich King armor. Oh, that would've been cool. I don't know, like, part of me would have been fine with it being, it looked more like, how he looked like in Warlords of Draenor, but like a ghost or something. Like, let's see, Dungeons. Draenor, should have been Burial Grounds. Like this model, but like, more ghosty, and maybe, yeah, like the Domination gear, maybe. Like, yeah, you, let's see, go to the raids. Yeah, like, if they went more for, like, his, Lich King armor, and, like, I know it would have been hard to explain how he got it again, but just say that, because the, you know, the jailer made it before, why couldn't he just be like, I'm gonna make another Lich King with you? And it's just, like, more rusted and, like, broken, kind of like a Darth Vader sort of deal. They even use the icon of the Helm of Domination. Yeah, so I would have been like, it's like a more rusted Lich King, basically, is the design I would have gone for. That's kind of cool. That's kind of like a cool little concept. Shame this isn't an armor set. I know this is a human. They just put this on a human guy. I like the big mangled orc ghost look and the staff. I just don't like his armor, especially knowing they had one. Yeah, they could have used yeah. I just like the idea of like a rusted Lich King armor set that's like ruined and broken, and like that's just like, it's like to represent him. Like it's just to represent his spirit, and like we pull off the armor, and like here's the thing, I don't know how people feel on this specifically, because it's Ner'zhul, and Ner'zhul is a little bit more of a different character in my opinion than like Garrosh or Gul'dan, because he shows regret, right? And that was one of his big characters, and why he kind of failed to be a proper Lich King, is he showed regret for the orcs and what he became. So I kind of feel like his Shadowlands ending would be he gets to finally go to the orc afterlife and he's no longer tormented. Because, like, he's gone through it. He is unhappy, he is miserable. Did he really deserve what became of him? I don't think so, because he kind of, like, along the way, he kind of just lost himself against, and they didn't really have much control either. Yeah, I think Ner'zhul deserved a happier ending than Garrosh did. Garrosh kind of deserved what he got. Like, he had the chance to... He literally did not have to do what he did, by the way. Like, he kind of just did that because he was tired of everyone bossing him around, and he was just like, alright, I refuse to, redeem myself. I'm just gonna blow myself up now. While Ner'zhul, it's kind of just like, yeah, let's give him a happy ending, rather than just oblivion. Oh man, Sholazar Basin music. That is a vibe. I hope Sholazar Basin... Sholazar Basin is one of those zones that really needs something cool happening in it, besides what we had in Classic Wrath. Poor guy just wanted to talk to his wife, and like 8 godlike beings screwed with him in a row. Yeah, that's pretty accurate as to why I'm like, I feel like Ner'zhul is one of those characters who deserves better. And like, here's the thing. Here is the thing, and I think this may not happen, but if you do the Legion questline to get Frostmourne, or the Blade of the Fallen Prince, both Arthas and Ner'zhul, their fragments of their souls are in there. So, theoretically, if they ever wanted to do anything with Arthas, or more importantly, Ner'zhul again, they could be like, hey, so they're stuck in the blade, let's let them out, and let's let them have peace. So, like, that whole bit about Arthas not having any, like, shape of his soul left, well, that could get retconned, because it technically isn't true. And Ner'zhul could also be in that kind of situation. Of course, that was Legion lore, and they might be like, well, we should respect Shadowlands lore. I kind of find it silly. This, like, whole raid encounter kind of shows us, like, what Zovol was trying to do. And he basically was like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and grapple, other afterlives, or, like, creations of the first ones to my maw, which he's capable of doing. So he's like, I'm gonna harpoon my chains over to Zereth Mortis and hook it over to the maw. And theoretically, if he kind of just didn't have Sylvanas do what she did, I guess he could have technically just pulled Zereth Mortis over. Which is a little funny. Like, it's the goofiest sort of victory he could have gotten. Now, he still wouldn't have his Arbiter powers or whatever, but, like, he would have gotten where he wanted to go, I guess, technically. I'm guessing, theoretically, he could have gotten the boot, though. Would have been like, oh, well, you don't have your Arbiter powers back. But I guess he could have also... It wouldn't really be that difficult to steal his Arbiter orb back, considering everything. Like, it's not hard for him to get to Oribos. He just has to create a freaking chain link up to Oribos, which is literally what he does in this raid. So, yeah. Zovol really had a lot of opportunities to win other ways, which is funny. But they're just, like, in the goofiest ways possible. He really is just that goofy guy. He's the goofy villain. Like, he's trying so hard to be serious, and it's just like, ah, yes, but I can chain my way up. Like, dude. You're hilarious. I can't take him seriously. Like, he is the one WoW villain I just, like... I can take Galliwix more seriously than Zovol. And, like, that is not what Blizzard or Warcraft intended with this character, but it's just how it is. Ha ha ha, mid-total so burning Sylvanas gets text like, never mind, found it. Oh my god. See, this is healing, because we can just goof off about what Shadowlands, you know, really is. It's just a goofy time. Goofy story with goofy characters, with goofy motivations. Didn't happen, it's a fever dream, it's fine. I will say that I like the Mossworn aesthetic. They are a good vibe. It's just that their boss sucks. I feel like if they just had, I honestly think this would have been way cooler. I think the jailer, and like I remember like early on people were asking this, is that Ner'zhul when Sylvanas goes up to that silhouette guy? We were like, is that Ner'zhul? Is that Argus? Which Argus never made any sense, by the way. But Ner'zhul though, if Ner'zhul was the main villain for Shadowlands, it could have worked. If Yogg-Saron was the main villain of Shadowlands, it could have worked. But Zovol, we were stuck with Zovol, who was just this like... It's so weird to me that Blizzard was just like, alright, we need a new character to fulfill this mastermind role of the Afterlives and the Lich King, and like, they already had Yogg-Saron, they already had Ner'zhul. Why are we adding this new third party into the mix that no one's gonna like? Like, I'm surprised. I wonder if they knew people weren't going to like Zovol from the go. Cause like, his reception was pretty early on hated. Like, people didn't like his design. People didn't like his motivations. Like, I'm genuinely curious how early on they caught on that Zovol would be not liked, or if they were like, no, people are gonna give him a fair chance. Because like, I remember the silhouette of Zovol being kind of like received kind of positively, and then as the story progressed, people were like, no, this guy sucks. So I don't know. It's one of those things. I wanna I don't really remember how the community felt about Zovol at the start. I feel like we all kind of thought he was very goofy at the beginning too, because he was like, I'm the nipple man. I'm the nipple man, that is a sentence. Does it go this way? Okay, no, I need to go this way with it. This is gonna take forever. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this fight. Oh, fudge. I hate how this guy is just like really hard to do with one person. Because it's like, hey, let me go ahead and do this weird rune crap that can one-shot you. Like, this guy. I do think they reduced the damage though, because I don't feel like I'm getting as damaged right now. Hope, at least. I'm getting a little bit damaged, not a lot. I don't know how about other people, but I personally had an inkling that stuff Sylvana said about him in the Simek was true, and then I was disappointed it wasn't. This is taking forever. I mean, at the very least, my health is just like, I'm fine. Oh, wait. Fudge? Fight him? This fight is such a weird mess. Oh well. Getting transmog. Bum-ba-dum-bum. Right, Kel'Thuzad is next, and then we have Sylvanas, which will be the last dude. There's something funny about, my VTuber model. Oh, shit. My VTuber model, switching out with the emotions thing, because it'll be, like, angry and sad and other stuff. And excited, randomly, and it's just like, I don't know why you're doing that, but like it's funny because we're doing Shaylane's content, so the whole angry thing is just like, I'm angry now because I'm doing this content that I don't like. Wait, Pepe is an owl? Pepe's not an owl, is he? I think he's based on another kind of bird. I would have killed. Oh yeah, I don't know why I read that as killed. I would have liked if the jailer was actually generally on the right side of things, just in an Illidan way, and we spent Shaylan's fighting the Eternal Ones instead and let her have, but no. I don't agree with that. I don't really like the whole the jailer was actually a good guy thing. Like, I don't know, like here's my personal beef with that, is because I like Maldraxxus and I like the Primus, and I don't really like Zovol. So like them turning around, it's harder because like you basically would need to rewrite Shadowlands, right? Like it's like you'd basically it would have to be like history if I never recognized it, basically, like in an alternate timeline where Zovol was a good guy, Sylvanas was on the right team, we were the ones in the wrong, blah 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 blah. But like, I hate to pull this card, I hate to, but I think they might have been right to have made Sylvanas on the wrong side, and right to have made Zovol a dingus. That's my take. I don't know. There's too much wrong with Shadowlands, and wrong with the Maw and wrong with everything, I think. Like, everything, like, on conceptual level, that I just think Shadowlands just was going to fail. Like, as a story, as a narrative, as everything, really. Right, but consider just how terrible the Winter Queen and the Archon are, just blatantly awful. Oh no, I think... So here's the funny bit, so I'm pretty sure Shadowlands during development, they kept flip-flopping over who was going to be the big bad. I think that they had the hardest time, for some reason, making someone the big bad of Shadowlands, which I don't know why it was such an issue, because Denathrius was sitting right there. And you know, also Ner'zhul, also Yogg-Saron, who would have been easy characters that already existed. But I believe early on they thought about making it the Archon, and then they were like, oh, maybe it's gonna be the Winter Queen, and then they were like, maybe this Denathrius guy, and then they kind of just settled on Zovaal for some reason. And I'm really curious, like, I am genuine about this. I want them to sit down in a room and explain how Shadowlands happened, how Zovaal happened, what led to it, and why they believe they failed, and why he ended up the way he did, because I'm pretty sure they just had several different ideas of what Shadowlands was going to be. I'm pretty sure this was the most rewritten expansion, and it shows, because I just don't understand what it was supposed to be, really. And I think Sylvanas was just thrown in the middle of all of it. Like, I feel bad for Sylvanas because I think this should have been her and Bolvar's expansion, and neither of the two really came out of it on top. Both of them kind of just were, like, thrown to the wayside. Sylvanas was ruined, Bolvar was ruined, the Afterlife was ruined. No one really likes what became of Shadowlands, I think. I think Shadowlands was one big mistake on all ends of the spectrum, and that's unfortunate. I wish Shadowlands was better. But we've had this conversation like a million times. Oh hey, Arthas is here, nice. Alright Arthas, you handle the situation, alright pal? I like how Arthas just like holds the thing together for us while we're gone. That's so nice of him. But yeah, the thing is, I'm pretty sure, and this is something that I think that in the community I do disagree on. I don't think the Primus was ever supposed to be the main baddie. I just think that, when they were designing Zovaal, they were like, oh, let's go with this bold design rather than this, bearded design. And they took the bearded design that they had of Zovaal and used it for the Primus for some reason. I think that's truly just what happened. I don't think that there was this grand scheme to make, the Primus the main villain, and that this was a big dupe. Because there's a theory in the community where basically the Primus is the real villain. He dominated Zovaal, and he was the one who controlled Zovaal into doing everything, and blah blah blah. I don't think that was ever the plan, by the way. I don't. That seems way too convoluted and weird. It doesn't add up, really, in my opinion. It seems very rickety as a theory and rickety as like an entire concept. It seems way too convoluted and complicated and unnecessary, really. I don't think Arthas is tanking willingly. Kel'Thuzad is just that much of a cat person. Dang. Man, Thrall and Sylvanas have probably one of the most underrated and most complicated friendships and relationships after everything. Like, I'm glad they used Thrall as, like, the face of the Horde and, like, you know, one of the primary characters here. But, like, It's sad that Thrall and Sylvanas don't really have a 1v1 conversation ever in Shadowlands, where it's like, I brought you in the Horde and this is how you repay me, basically. That could have been fun. Goodness. Alright, let's take out Sylvanas and see if she'll give us a Dragonhawk or an epic bow or something. I don't have the bow yet. You know what? I'll turn the music on and the sound just for this fight. This is the last fight. Let's do it. Let's do it to it.
Very well. Death it is.
I am glad she's a boss fight. That is the one thing I'm glad Shadowlands did do. 'Cause it's just, I don't know, it's same with Jaina, it's just cool to fight characters we like, in a way. As long as they don't die. Which I know it's complicated, but I'm glad they didn't do it. Excuse me. Caterpillars.
Something is limiting my magic. Well,
Behind our quarry. Heroes with me.
I love how Thrall just like jumps around everywhere.
trying to break out of the maw. There's something else.
Blood and thunder! Their forces are numberless.
I need to go back for sure. I think we do.
The Banshee is aiming at our heads.
Let's go back for sure. I don't like this though. I'm gonna get knocked off the ice pillar, I guarantee it. There's something so anxious about like these kinds of like I don't like these kinds of fights because I get so worried about pulling off stuff. I have fear of heights. You know what? That's just it. Sylvanas, chill.
I am in your debt, Khono.
Oh, there we go.
Thrall, scout ahead. Champions will assist the Admiral.
Okay.
Blood and thunder!
I hate this fight so much. Hate heights. No shadow, none of that. Don't need to do that. Okay. No fearing. Come on, that's rude. Oh my god. slightly to chill.
This means to claim our heads. Stop her. We're done with your games.
This ice thing. Oh, nice.
No, the jailer is going to
That was
destroy
nice.
the Arbiter.
That was very nice of them to teleport me up. I appreciate that.
Quickly, champions! Stop Sylvanas!
Death bends to my will. Nothing escapes my wrath. Hear the call of the banshee. Hear the sound of death awaits you. Death awaits
Get 'em, boys. Come over here, please.
Hear my cry and despair.
Come over here and, you know, I'm stuck over here, you know. I messed up, didn't I? Maybe.
Nothing escapes my wrath.
Well, maybe we can jump off here. You know? Maybe she'll be appreciative. Well, she was not appreciative.
The cycle will be broken.
That was just
At
rude,
long
Sylvanas.
last, we will have justice.
Not justice. Vengeance. Ugh. You know, I'm gonna keep the angry emoji or emotions on. I thought that these are accurate. Maybe I'll keep the bloodlust on too. Alright, Sylvanas, let's do this again. Let's
Very
tango.
well. Death it is. You are unfit to stand against me. A new age beckons. You are unworthy of our message.
find our quarry. Heroes with me.
All just eating
Is
everywhere.
the jailer trying to break out of the wall? Or something else?
We gotta dodge her ridiculous, haunting waves of deliciousness.
Light is exposed.
All the hope is lost.
Their forces are numberless.
Yeah, what happens, you know? Numberless and all that shit.
The Banshee is aiming at our heads.
So, you know, can we like talk about like these bridges you make, girl? They're a little ridiculous. Like, I want a straightforward bridge. Not this serpentine weirdness going on, you know? And you, Sylvanas, can just, you know, stop doing that. I don't need to be jump scared. I don't need to be jumped. I'm good. You know, I'm a happy camper. I do a lot as it is. Okay, teleport me up. That's good. Yay!
No! The jailer is going to destroy the Arbiter!
Yeah.
Quickly,
Not the
champions!
Arbiter.
Stop Sylvanas! That
Yeah.
bends to my will!
Let's go. Jump. Get over here, Sylvanas. Resume. There we go. Time to jump, I think. Right?
Hear my cry and despair.
He's done it.
Yay! I mean, no. Don't steal her ball. It is. I don't want to watch that. Okay. Now, give me good stuff. Give me good stuff. Let's go.
It's been sealed behind him.
I'm crossing my hands.
We thought the jailer was coming to slay the Arbiter, but he absorbed her essence.
As if her power and the sigil were his all along.
Did I get anything good though?
Jailer be damned! He's got Anduin.
Okay, I got her cool dagger.
No matter where
That's all
he's
right.
gone, we will find him.
Maybe she knows.
Yes.
Shoulders.
Sylvanas said something before she collapsed, but I couldn't make it out.
My knights will hold her captive here in Oribos. When
Well.
she awakens, we can begin the interrogation.
Yeah, sure, alright.
For now, we should return to Corvia.
Well, we didn't get any mounts, guys. What did I say?
Chronos can explain the jailer's
We didn't get
plan
any mounts.
and tell us what must be done to stop
Sad
him.
day. Took us a few attempts on Sylvanas too, but... Well... We tried and we failed. Alright. I'm going to, sell some junk, and then we will wrap things up. But I appreciate the support, and I appreciate the viewership and the engagement and interactions. And we got Undermined next week. I do think I will be trying out streaming on Twitch soon. And a lot of people tell me to try going on Twitch. We might try that out, maybe. This is why they need bad luck protection on old mounts, yeah. Maybe the real mounts were the friends we made along the way. Maybe. I don't know, I like streaming on YouTube. And I usually do better on YouTube, but I'll give Twitch a try. Now and then, maybe. I might try the whole dual streaming thing too. I heard really positive things about that. Let me sell some junk. If my computer will load. I like how during the Sylvanas fight, I got knocked off the thing, but then I fell into the area that like pushes me to the next pillar, so like it really didn't matter. Kinda funny. Funny little moment. Funny little Sylvanas moment. Vendor to this goblin because Undermine is... Nope, never mind. That person saw me approaching them and was like, I'm not letting you vendor to my character, so... Fine.
I have many wares.
But hey, at least we got transmog out of that, right? So... Might be a lose... some level, if we didn't get any mounts at all, obviously. But... we at least got transmog. There's a win in there somewhere. But anyways, guys,
Farewell, friend of the
I want to
Grummles.
thank you all for joining me for another stream. I will be back on Monday to play through the Goblin leveling experience for the funs of it. And then on Tuesday, of course, and probably throughout the week, we will be playing Undermine. And that'll be pretty fun, I think. Going through the new zone and questing and experience it, and probably lagging a whole bunch because my computer is dying. But yeah, so thank you guys, and I will catch you around for Monday.